I don't even know. Good night, good night, good night. I know I've not been live all day, but I put out a lot of content today. Some of them still running right now. Some of them just come off a while ago. Let me see. This is a subscriber only, members only chat. Members only chat for Bolo VNR 2.0. This is a members only live stream. Anybody that want to contribute to the conversation, I'm encouraging you guys to call. The number is on the thumbnail. Really want to hear from the people. There's a lot going on. The conversation have been extensive. WhatsApp call only, obviously.
Tired of the high interest rates and the
Ease out. Ease out. Whatcha? Why we can't go up on my live chat? What is? This serious? Like up the video, share up the video, guys, please and thanks. Going some time for coming, you know. I'll be multitasking, as me say. I have the Bluetooth speaker. I really want to hear from the people, and I have some clippings that I go play too. You know what I mean? I go put the phone up in the ceiling. I just go to some time, you know, so I'm there. So while I have some dishes I want to wash up and things and so. I multitask. I need to get some food in my system too. So I'm there in the kitchen, my people. Somebody asked me if I'm not go live. For Bolo VNR 2.0, this is a subscriber only chat, not subscriber. For Bolo VNR 2.0, if you're not a member of the platform, you won't be able to type. If you're a moderator, you definitely will be able to type. And if you're a member, you'll be able to type. If you want to contribute to the conversation and you have anything on your mind, me see people are call me one away. People, you think can't work, wanna call all of the program them, but you're not afraid to call me. Me not understand. Wanna call every program and call in and talk, but when you don't want to talk, you don't want to call me one away and talk. So when me I go an opportunity to talk now, you know. Let the world know how I think and how I feel, brethren. It cannot be that you not call me and tell me so I'm afraid of the government and I'm afraid of police. So when me come now and me come and I tell the people them, say the people them afraid of police and them afraid of the government. Them say when I go say me I spread misinformation and I lie me I tell. When me I hear that from the people them of Jamaica. You know how much people are call me and tell me say them afraid. You know how much people afraid right now because of what the police and the government are going with. Because I have to say the government, you know, because the government is silent. When the man murder the people, the government silent. You feel what me I deal with? Let me see my Bluetooth on panda something. Hold on to my people. Yeah, see, correct, you know. I think my Bluetooth on panda phone, you know. Yeah, man, good night, man, and I come in, man. Me say the people them call me and I tell me say them afraid Jamaica. Afraid. Afraid of the government. Can you imagine that? Imagine we are living in one state where the people of Jamaica is afraid of the government. Is afraid of Andrew One specifically. Not my word. Not my word. Right? And they seem to love it. Right? They seem to love it. The statements that they make, them come out and make. And for Bolo VNR clips, that's a subscriber only platform. So for those on Bolo VNR 2.0 want to feel like say boy, you know, on a moderator, you can subscribe to Bolo VNR clips. Alright? Yeah, man. What this I say? Okay. Ilangoli. Alright. Let me see something here, so. Ilangoli Rido. Ryan Campbell, salute. Blessings, my brother. Ryan, I thought you would have been a member by now, man. Thought you would have been a member of the platform by now. You don't know that there's a membership option on Bolo VNR 2.0. If you look, you see the option right there. Yeah, man, you're one of my consistent supporter them, you know. Yeah. We in Jamaica, we are living under a rogue government, a dictatorial government. We are living under a police state that is operating in a manner where they can just deal with citizens and violate their human rights on a regular basis and make excuses for it. Make excuses for why they're not wearing body-worn cameras. But I want to know, and the apostle want to know, Jamaica, when are we going to wake up? When are we going to rise from our slumber? Will the Jamaican people wake up? Tell you, man. And, you know, I was listening to Ralston Hyman on Colin Bell's show earlier. And he made a great point. He said, Ralston Hyman said, do you know that our state of Jamaica here that we pattern our governance from? I mean, the UK that we pattern our governance from as Jamaicans. Do you know that there's a lot of peaceful protests happening over there? Mass protests. No police not unaliving anybody because of them protesting in the UK. That's not happening. You must want to place. Hey, let me tell you something. Yo, Jamaica run like Jamaican people them. We soft. We soft. We are quivering of fear and we soft. We soft. Me tell you what to do already, you know. Me go to all the advice in the world. Me say, yo, when you not go up and protest, you organize in such a way everybody have service on their phone. Tag the international community in advance. You feel me? I say if it's really, really serious, all overseas are supposed to protest at the same time while we are protest out here, so. If we're not serious. You understand what I deal with? Anthony, me know princess, sexy princess, big up. Big up, sexy princess. When will the people wake up? That is the question. Oh, hold on, let me even share this. Let me share it because my video them. Yo, man, I tell you, you know, powers that be love for mess with my channel, yeah, man. Them not like when me have big numbers in my channel. They no long them fight down my channel. I tell her that, you know, long them fight on my channel. You know how much people know about Bolo VNR. And they never get a notification when me live. All me, what you call it? All my members them. My members. Even my members don't get notification when I'm live. What can go so? Somebody make that make sense. In what world does that happen? But you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Sometimes gotta protect it too, you know. So, me just love it. God is providing, and God is the greatest. Me just love it. From morning, me notice say, Earth Angel, what's up? Is that my friend from East Portland? Is that the original Earth Angel? But me not see a picture. No, sir, that's not the original Earth Angel. Me think see a mama from East Portland now. Sometimes she'll watch me and she not see nothing, you know. Like many of my supporter them, you know. Sometimes it hurt me. Sometimes I vex with them, you know. If you come on the live and I watch me and don't say hi, Bolo. And don't say hello. Alright? You hurt me, man. You hurt me. I'm not telling no lie. It hurt me. It hurt me, Jamaica. Me remove this live goal there. and start another one. So if you don't want to type, if you're not a member, you know what I mean? Yeah, the super chat can be used as a means to one, support the platform. Cause you can put a comment in the super chat, you know. If you don't want to become a member of the platform, that's fine, but you can do that as well to support, right? Yes, so super chat your comments. Sammy Wagwan, Sassidi, what's Sassidi laughing for? Martha, how you doing? I appreciate that. I appreciate you hitting the like button. What do you mean? What are you sorry for? Christopher, how you doing? Respect every time. So Bolo VNR clips is Bolo, my comrade friend, is Amos. Big up. Big up yourself. Thank you for the support. Can we get to 50k likes? So yeah, let me get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Mommy, mom. She not, yeah, me tell her, so send me one video, you know. She sent me something with a prophetess. I want the people them. Oh yeah, see it there.
I see.
Watch out. The devil is a liar. So why this just going? Why is that going so? No man. Jamaica, can you imagine? As me as me tell about the spiritual element, them and the monitoring spirit, them, you know, man. The devil in the boat, you know. All of a sudden, no. My
Arches will feel my wrath.
Let me
It
come in
has
here.
already begun. Destruction in every way, death. Hear ye the word of the Lord. And the Lord spoke to me and he said, Write, do not delay, go. Urgently deliver this word to the nation, Jamaica. Thus saith the Lord thy God. Jamaica, you have not seen anything yet. All 14 parishes will feel my wrath. It has already begun. Destruction in every way, death, kidnap, rape, exposure, robbery, shootout, accident, sickness, natural disaster, from the highest post to the lowest. For I am just and judgment is being served. The crime rate is about to increase. Police and gunmen will be in shootout. My wrath is heavy. Jamaica will not escape this. What seem like the enemies, it is I, God. I will wipe them from the face of this earth. Their babies shall be motherless and fatherless. For their wickedness, sexual immortality, adultery, evil ways is above my nostril. Some say I can't travel. Some say I don't live in Jamaica anymore. But I, God, is throwing them out of America, England, Cayman, you name it, for I am not pleased with them. Their visas will be revoked. Their darkest truths shall be exposed. Green card holders, I, God, is throwing them out. I shall not partial no one. A knock is coming at your door suddenly. I, the Lord, will do it, for they shall find back my altar. They will go to airports, but it's your deportation. They will think all is well with their filing, but it's immediate termination.
What?
Every door I've opened for the ungrateful ones shall be closed back. Jamaica shall know me again. Jamaica shall come crying like a baby at my feet. I am Yahweh, the Alpha and the Omega. When I'm finished with Jamaica, it shall be jam and maker, for they will be cut from my care. Jamaica will respect my commands. The ones when I send my servant for tithes, offering, seed sowing, they rebel. They make excuse. Well, watch I, God, take back all I've given unto them. It is I, God, that doesn't sleep nor slumber, the Holy One of Israel. The boastful ones that act high and mighty and don't remember where I brought them from shall go back to square one. Many of you say this one is innocent, but do you know who they are and what they have done?
Whoa.
I will repeal and reform all the laws, rules, and policy of Jamaica. Governments, judges, lawyers will have to seek my servant for the truth and guidance from I, God, just like the days of Elijah, just like the days of Saul. Parish by parish, judgment, no delay, tsunami, flood, tornado, food scarcity, famine. COVID is about to circulate again, for I, God, has commanded it. Sickness that spread rapidly, I will take them out through sickness, natural disaster, accident, shooting. The wicked will be wiped from my present. I, God, has had enough, but I tell you, the sheep of my pastor shall not be moved. I have unchosen many, but the 1% that's still mine in Jamaica will be vindicated. I will make a way. I will create and make a way for them. Leaders I shall wipe from my presence. The liars, the deceptive and manipulative ones, the false one and the rebellious ones. I shall wipe ministries to dust. Time has come for Jamaica shall have a new leader. I will crush the roads and buildings so they cannot be rebuilt.
Whoa. Time has come so that Jamaica can have a new leader. Mighty God. No wonder my mother didn't want me to listen to that prophecy. No wonder my mother didn't want me to listen to that prophecy. This a prophecy line up with Pastor Jeffrey Shuttleworth prophecy, you know. By before 2027, Jamaica will see a new leader, a righteous leader. You understand? For the first time. For the what? For the first time. Let me see what I go on for the Bluetooth to see if it connect. If it work. Decline. How that? Come true now.
The city has become nothing but Satan camp.
Yes.
I send my servants ahead with my commands, but
Lord Jesus. Watch out now. Something wrong with the box. It look like your box fried. You know, me have some equipment on the way now. I tell you, say, yo, I don't know how it takes so long. 2 weeks now. Them thing that, me not even get an email. If you say, yo, the thing them reach. You see me? But anyway, we are going to work with this.
For a joke, they justify their sins rather than aligning with my will. They shall run hungry, for drought is coming for them. I shall dry up the fresh waters and minimize the seas.
Mighty
They
God.
will seek my face but will not hear. They will have to seek an answer through the few servants I have trained and hidden for a time such as this. It will be evident who is mine, because the ones that are not mine, their gifts will fail them. The ones that were mine but became adulterous, became rebellious, I have lifted my hands from them.
Wow.
The ones who have come up against my chosen servants, my mouthpiece, you have touched my anointed ones, and even though you were anointed by me, just like David and Saul, so shall it be. My people will know who heaven really backs. Their titles mean nothing to me, for I, God, has thrown them out. When Jamaica think all is well, it is sudden destruction. In their sleep they shall be taken by their enemies in situations they least expect. Repent, but it is a waste of time telling them to repent. They have no remorse, for I, God. They do the opposite. They go around, they commit adultery, destroying homes I built, sleeping with married folks, and justifying their sins. Buried in their sin, I'm old enough to mention I got name with their rubbish. Contradicting my gospel and word, Jamaica does nothing but mock me. They mock my servant, they throw my servant aside but cheer for Baal. Their homes are full of their gods, but I shall crush them with their gods and show them it is only one God over the universe. Their hearts, the hearts and mind of men have become desperately wicked. Then they speak on my behalf as if mankind can study. I, God, they lack wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. There are more witches among my people in Jamaica than the righteous one. Even the very servants I once called have become witches, operating and allowing their gifts to be used for the enemy. But they haven't submitted for I, God. They haven't submitted for I, God, to help them and teach them the depths of all of this. The nation I cherish, I once cherished, has become like the others, but I will beat them with my rod back at my feet. It's not the enemy, it is the hands of God, the wrath of God, and it cannot be prayed away this time. Jamaica, my sword is in my mouth, fire in my hands, lightning in my eyes, and I, God, is ready. It is too late for Jamaica. I, the Lord thy God, has spoken. Take heed. Hear ye the word of the Lord.
One more time.
The Lord spoke to me and he said, write, do not delay, go, urgently deliver this word to the nation, Jamaica. Thus saith the Lord thy God. Jamaica, you have not seen anything yet. All 14 parishes will feel my wrath. It has already begun. Destruction in every way, death, kidnap, rape, exposure, robbery, shootout, accident, sickness, natural disaster from the highest post to the lowest. For I am just and judgment is being served. The crime rate is about to increase. Police and gunmen will be in shootout. My wrath is heavy.
Wow.
Jamaica will not escape this. What seem like the enemies, it is I, God. I will wipe them from the face of this earth. Their babies shall be motherless and fatherless. For their wickedness, sexual immortality, adultery, evil ways is above my nostril. Some say I can't travel. Some say I don't live in Jamaica anymore. But I, God, is throwing them out of America, England, Cayman, you name it, for I am not pleased with them. Their visas will be revoked. Their darkest truths shall be exposed. Green card holders, I, God, is throwing them out. I shall not partial no one.
Wow.
A knock is coming at your door suddenly. I, the Lord, will do it, for they shall fight back my altar. They will go to airports, but it's your deportation. They will think all is well with your filing, but it's immediate termination. Any door I've opened for the ungrateful ones shall be closed back. Jamaica shall know me again. Jamaica shall come crying like a baby at my feet. I am Yahweh, the Alpha and the Omega. When I'm finished with Jamaica, it shall be Jam and Maker, for they will be cut from my care. Jamaica will respect my commands.
Wow.
The ones when I send my servant for tithes, offering, seed sowing, they rebel. They make excuse. Well, watch I, God, take back all I've given unto them. It is I, God, that doesn't sleep nor slumber, the Holy One of Israel, the boastful ones that act high and mighty and don't remember where I brought them from, shall go back to square one. Many of you say this one is innocent, but do you know who they are and what they have done? I will repent and reform all the laws, rules, and policy of Jamaica.
Yes.
Governments, judges, lawyers will have to seek my servant for the truth and guidance from I, God, just like the days of Elijah, just like the days of Saul. Parish by parish, judgment, no delay, tsunami, flood, tornado, food scarcity, famine. COVID is about to circulate again, for I, God, has commanded it. Sickness that spread rapidly, I will take them out through sickness, natural disaster, accident, shooting. The wicked will be wiped from my present. I, God, has had enough. But I tell you, the sheep of my pastor shall not be moved. I have unchosen many, but the 1% that's still mine in Jamaica will be vindicated.
Wow.
I will make a way. I will create and make a way for them. Leaders I shall wipe from my presence. The liars, the deceptive and manipulative ones, the false one and the rebellious ones.
Wow.
I shall wipe ministries to dust. Time has come for Jamaica shall have a new leader. I will crush the roads and buildings so they cannot be rebuilt. The city has become nothing but state and camp. I send my servants ahead with my commands, but they disobey. Jamaica will know. I will show them I am God.
Yes.
Jamaica shall rebirth. I am not a wicked God. I'm merciful. But Jamaica has took my mercy for a joke.
Yes.
They justify their sins rather than aligning with my will. They shall run hungry, for drought is coming for them.
My
I shall
God.
dry up the fresh waters and minimize the seas. They will seek my face but will not hear. They will have to seek an answer through the few servants I have trained and hidden for a time such as this. It will be evident who is mine, because the ones that are not mine, their gifts will fail them. The ones that were mine but became adulterers, became rebellious, I have lift my hands from them.
Whoa.
The ones who have come up against my chosen servants, my mouthpiece, you have touched my anointed ones, and even though you were anointed by me, just like David and Saul, so shall it be. My people will know who heaven really backs. Your titles mean nothing to me, for I, God, has shown them out.
Yes.
When Jamaica think all is well, it is sudden destruction. In their sleeps they shall be taken by their enemies in situations they least expect.
Yes.
Repent, but it's a waste of time telling them to repent. They have no remorse for I, God. They do the opposite. They go around, they commit adultery, destroying homes I built, sleeping with married folks, and justifying their sins. Buried in their sin and bold enough to mention I, God, name with their rubbish. Contradicting my gospel and word, Jamaica does nothing but mock me. They mock my servant, they threw my servant aside, but cheer for Baal. Their homes are full of their gods, but I shall crush them with their gods and show them it is only one God over the universe. Their hearts, the hearts and mind of men have become desperately wicked. And they speak on my behalf as if mankind can study I God. They have wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. There are more witches among my people in Jamaica than the righteous one. Even the very servants I once called have become witches, operating and allowing their gifts to be used for the enemy. But they haven't submitted for I God. They haven't submitted for I God to help them and teach them the depths of all of this. The nation I cherish, I once cherished, has become like the others, but I will beat them with my rod back at my feet. It's not the enemy, it is the hands of God, the wrath of God, and it cannot be prayed away this time. Jamaica, my sword is in my mouth, fire in my hands, lightning in my eyes, and I, God, is ready. It is too late for Jamaica. I, the Lord thy God, has spoken. Take heed. Woo! Hear ye the word of the Lord.
Woo! People, my mother sent me this about 2 days ago and tell me say me need to play it for my life. Now me see why. You hear what she said about God is going to make you know, it's going to be clear to people who is God's servants. You see all I false prophetess them and false prophet them and everybody and the pastor them and the apostle. We have them title and them up there and them know. So they been at the wrong thing and them a mock God. Trouble. Pastor Mark Stewart talk about it, Peter Chambers talk about it, Apostle Jeffrey Shuttleworth talk about it. Touch not thy Lord's anointed and do his prophet no harm. This government touch the Lord's anointed and them they right in the center of the judgment and all of them subordinate to mock God prophet online. Hold on no. We mock the prophet them online and tell lie upon their name. Yo, me I tell you, it not go normal. It not go normal. Anyway, me I move on. This.
In darkness in Jamaica. Well, the people sit in darkness in Jamaica. But God is about to wake up Jamaica.
Selvanev, what on?
Since the rising prices.
Selvanev, this is a members only live stream, you know, so only members can type in the chat and what you call it? My moderators and also persons that send super chats on Bolo VNR 2.0 for this live stream. The number to call is 876-451-6535. WhatsApp call 876-451-6535. Big up the people on TikTok. Yeah, big up on yourself. Show me a multitask and you know me there in the kitchen also. I have to put on I can see the ceiling because if me go show no one video, them I go black. Them I go say Ray and Tay down. So you don't know it go. You tap up the screen. The message is the message. Zane, let me see if this box has start work now. See if this Bluetooth box has start work now. I'm not gonna live all day today. A peer video I'm post today. Peer video.
And the economic hardship not waking up the people. Hallelujah. Since crime and violence not waking up the people. Since impoverishment is not waking up the people. Since the hot temperatures not waking up the people. God is about to wake up the people of Jamaica. For we are sitting in darkness. And so hear the word of the Lord. The people which sat in darkness saw great light. When Jesus comes, the tempter's power is broken. When Jesus come, all tears are wiped away. Yes, he fills the gloom and he takes the gloom and fill our lives with glory. The people of Jamaica is about to see a great light. That light first will come in the form of judgment. Hallelujah. And then it will come in the form of salvation. But even now, we, the people of...
Hi, Sassy 81, how you doing? Play that back.
Well, the people sit in darkness in Jamaica. But God is about to wake up Jamaica. Since the rising prices and the economic hardship not waking up the people, hallelujah, since crime and violence not waking up the people, since impoverishment is not waking up the people, since the hot temperatures not waking up the people, God is about to wake up the people of Jamaica. For we are sitting in darkness. And so hear the word of the Lord. The people which sat in darkness saw great light. When Jesus comes, the tempter's power is broken. When Jesus comes, all tears are wiped away. Yes, he fills the gloom and he takes the gloom and fill our lives with glory. The people of Jamaica is about to see a great light. That light first will come in the form of judgment. Hallelujah. And then it will come in the form of salvation. But even now, we, the people of God, I want you to look even now prophetically as you stand. Hallelujah. Yes, yes, yes. I want you to stand even now. For darkness has engulfed our nation of Jamaica. But the great light is about to appear. The great light is about to shine in Jamaica. But those whose eyes are spiritually blind will not see it. But the people of Zebulun, hallelujah, the people of the mountains will see it. Hallelujah, we will see it from a distance. For one of the things that the mountains give you is further sight. Hallelujah. So that you have a sight far ahead. Yes, hindsight, insight, foresight. You can see way above and beyond. So you well, the people sit in darkness in Jamaica.
Hi, Carlene. Carlene White in the building. How you doing? Blessings to you. Another honorable member of the platform. I don't know if you were gifted a membership. Well, you know, I don't know. But thank you for supporting the platform. Yeah, man, I want to see the members, them on Bolo VNR 2.0, man. I want to increase the membership as well. And I want you guys to take my number so you can communicate with me, because of course Selvanev has been very vocal and I like it. Selvanev, we need to talk, because you know more. I want to make sure that I give the members the VIP treatment. So my members them have exclusive access, and I need to hear from my members. The number is on the thumbnail, so you guys can reach out to me if you don't have my number already. And of course, you know, I want to hear from you, because you have purchased a service, And I want to make sure that oh, you signed up on your own. Oh my God! Thank you so much for being a member of the platform. Big up yourself, Carleen White, another honorable member of the platform. God is good. God is the greatest. No doubt about it. You know, there's some people online, and I'm not condemning anybody, but you know, I see some people online, and boy, you know, they speak very strongly against God. They speak very strongly against Jesus Christ. And I'm telling you, hey, just just be careful, you know. Just be careful that you're not send yourself to eternal judgment. You understand? And I'm not speaking of a place of, oh, I'm a righteous person. I definitely have questioned everything back in my day. So, but God has given me grace, and I have seen the manifestation, you understand, of God in my mother's life, in my brother's life, in my life, in my sister's life. I've seen the manifestation of God in the lives of other people, you understand, as well as my own. And just looking around, looking at the world, only a fool would say that God doesn't exist. And one of the things that our people are caught up on is the image that was given to us, and that image that was given to us by man of the Creator, we are hung up about it because we are black people and we have made it racial. And the other day I was on a live, and on a live stream, and you have to be careful where you say that, on a live, eh? Now, on a live has become somebody dying. Mighty God. I was on a live stream, ladies and gentlemen, and somebody said something on the live stream, and I said to them, you know, if you are in a car accident and the doctor that is supposed to perform life-saving surgery on you is a white person, you're not going to allow them to perform surgery on you? You're going to wait until there's a white doctor if you're a black person? I'm just asking. At this point, I'm literally just asking. So, my point is this. You know, they have used race against us, and black people and white people and all shades of people have fall for the banana in the tailpipe. United we stand, divided we fall. Everybody, the only title that I think we should, and this is just me, the only title that we should be interested in is whatever title God gives us through our relationship with Him. That is the only title that we should be hung upon. You understand? The title of race. Do you know how many people, if you should do a DNA test right now, you know how many races that you're mixed up with in your old DNA? If you should really do one of those tests, those type of detailed DNA tests, you would find that you have Irish in your system, all type of something. The world has been mixed up with bloodlines over the period since we be on here. You understand? So this idea that, oh, you know, I'm just a black man, or I am just this, or I am just that, or I am straight Caucasian. There's no such thing in Jamaica. The only way that would have been possible is if there was an intention by men in a certain race to preserve that bloodline. And then they would have to test each and every person. And I'm telling you, back in the day, that technology was not there to say, oh, this person is this or this person is that. God never designed it in that manner. You understand? So we are all mixed up. The Chinese, they mix up, right? All of we mix up Jamaica. I'm telling you, if you should do a DNA test, you will be shocked. If there's even 1% of anything in you, you can say, oh yes, but you know, I have the dominant bloodline of this. All right, what about the other bloodline within here? You cannot take it out. It's there. It's a part of you. You get what I say? So the argument of race has been used to divide the people and ultimately stray them away from God. I'm not saying that God is a white man, you know. I'm saying that we are hung upon the image. And again, I ask the question, if you need life-saving surgery, you're telling me that if God is your deliverer and God is white, and this is a question for white people too. You're telling me if God is your deliverer and God is a black man, you're gonna refuse that deliverance? You're stupid. You're a fool. You are a fool. I'm telling you right now, you are a fool. If your answer is yes, you're a fool. Just understand what I'm saying. If your answer is yes, you are a fool, ladies and gentlemen. Period. So we have to move away from that, in my opinion. That's just my thoughts. Moving on. Let me see here. 1 second.
But God is about.
1 second. Yeah, so there's a video here in my history. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? This video. Listen to this.
Yes. You see, if you can't fix this, what happened to Buju, and what happened to the Jamaican people, mark my word, you will never win another election.
Well, you know what you're
You will come out just like how you see I got it in there and have to step down. Maybe you don't realize it in it.
So Jamaica, the labor right, them come out strong. I'm more have to say to this man, sir, do you realize that the government don't have any intention of having an next election? Just in case you never know. As a matter of fact, let me put it this way. This government does not have any intention of having any other democratic election. The elections are rigged. So you attack your mouth and I say Ray and Tay and this and that. Brother, that no mean nothing. We did one, you know, in a September 3rd and we never listen. You understand? And I jump up and I talk about shower labor right and one bag of foolishness. And see it, you know, story come to bump. So nobody come with that. It is a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late, my brother. But let's hear him.
Heard that from Siaga. I never did Bruce in a true, you never ready. Right? So Bruce get it. But know that you get it from Bruce. Because now, them see where you could have take it on. This is what you stand up and watch happening over the Jamaican people. And you sanction it. When me tell you something, it could have been me who defend people.
How about the next one?
Alright? Who stand up for people. Right? Just like I stand up for little Jaden in it. I could have did me. Let me tell you something, Andrew, on this. As a labor right. You're labor right before you. Let me tell you that. I'm older than you. I'm in politics, so I'm 14. If you cannot fix this publicly,
in 14? Oh, you end up in a politics when you are 14. So sorry, you did vote when you are 14? Careful. Let's continue.
Nationally, with the Jamaican people and the wider diaspora, you cannot represent Jamaica after this.
No man, you're not fucking me. You're not.
Yes. You see, if you can't...
Can you imagine a labor writer tell Andrew Warner say he cannot represent Jamaica? Then hold on. Then when the man, when they have election what they are not choose Jamaica, No, that was the slogan. So how comes you voting for Andrew meant that you choose Jamaica? The irony of it all, and now Andrew can't represent Jamaica. Well, this was prophesied by Pastor Peter Chambers and others, you know. Right? The same people them are going to turn against Andrew. We now witness it right now, ladies and gentlemen. God cannot be a liar. When you hear the man and woman of God come out and talk, and give God the word, all you have to do is pay attention and look and see what go on. God cannot be wrong. God will never be wrong. You feel me, David? No. Let me move away from that little bit. Today in Parliament, I didn't know about Mr. How are going on, so?
This honorable
How are
house.
going in the Parliament today?
Same information to the government repeatedly. I make recognize spoke.
RG Marks.
Responsibility.
In my capacity
Alright, wonderful. Here is Mr.
other than my own.
Here is Mr. Because I didn't hear this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own. And without my voices, I guess I need permission to speak with a voice other than my own.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make my inaugural contribution to these
Mr. Omar Newell, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Omar Newell. This is a politician that the Jamaica Labour Party did not. They are not ready for him. I'm telling you right now. He's too sharp.
sectoral debates in my capacities as the Member of Parliament for St. Mary Central and the Shadow Minister for Environment and Climate Resilience. These are responsibilities I do not take lightly, because when we speak about the environment, Mr. Speaker, we're not speaking merely about trees and rivers. We're speaking about whether our children can drink clean water, whether our farmers can survive the next drought,
Yes.
whether a family can ensure the home they use their life's work to build, whether fisherfolk in places like Paji and Robbins Bay can still make a living from the sea, whether our people will still be able to access the beaches their grandparents once walked on freely,
Yes.
whether communities in places like Lucy, Buff Bay, Helshaw, Port Murray, and many others can survive stronger storms, collapsing roads, rising heat, and worsening flooding. The environment is not separate from the economy, Mr. Speaker. The environment is the economy.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Tourism depends on it. Agriculture depends on it.
Yes.
Water security depends on it.
Yes.
Public health depends on it.
Yes.
National security
Depends on it. Yes.
And so today I intend to speak not merely as a parliamentarian, but as a Jamaican deeply concerned about the future we are leaving behind
For our
future
children.
generations,
Yes.
including my own 11-year-old.
Yes.
I also rise with gratitude, Mr. Speaker. I thank God Almighty for the strength, courage, and energy He has given me to take on the many challenges that come along with these roles. I thank Opposition Leader Mark Golding for taking a chance on a young emerging leader like myself and placing me in this shadow cabinet.
That's right.
I thank the people of St. Mary Central for the confidence they have placed in me in electing me as their Member of Parliament. I take this responsibility seriously, Mr. Speaker, and commit to using every ounce of energy to ensure our Central St. Mary is a model constituency.
That's right.
I want to salute former Member of Parliament for St. Mary Central, my friend, Dr. Maurice Guy.
Mr. Guy. Big up Mr. Guy.
Maurice has not only been my Member of Parliament, he was my family doctor growing up.
Whoa.
He was the chairman at St. Mary High School where I was a student.
Yes, I true.
And he's the godfather of my son.
Yes.
His approach and personality ensured one of the smoothest transitions in our constituency.
Whoa.
He stayed with us throughout and has continued to stay with us.
Yes. That's right. Real man.
I don't want to single out people, but I want to salute my aunt, who is sitting in also for my mother who was not able to make it.
Big up,
Auntie
big up,
Iris,
auntie.
or Nurse Murray, is the former head of the Midwives Association of Jamaica. And some of the values instilled in me, the good ones, she can take credit for. I especially thank my 4 divisional leaders, Councillors Fife, Garvey, McDonald, and Miss Silvera for their continued support. I thank my constituency executive, my team, the many Jamaicans across this country, the activists, the scientists, the planners, the prayer warriors, the teachers, the farmers, the ordinary citizens who continue to raise me in prayer and to raise the alarm about the environmental challenges confronting Jamaica in their respective locales.
Of course.
Importantly, I thank my darling wife, Dr. Nordia Thompson-Newell.
What? Doctor? What? Pick up your wife.
Nordia has had opportunities to work all over the globe. She spent 2 years in Canada, owning her craft. But she has dedicated her life to improving patient care and helping to train the next generation of medical professionals through advanced simulation and pediatric emergency medicine, even while supporting her growing family.
Wow.
Bangladesh, man, make some nice crap. Mr. Speaker, across the world, climate change is no longer a future threat. It is here.
It's here.
The Caribbean is warming faster. Storms are becoming more destructive. Insurance costs are rising. Coastal erosion is worsening. Food systems are under pressure, and water systems are increasingly pressured. And despite it contributing nothing almost to global emissions, small island developing states like Jamaica stand among the most vulnerable nations on this earth. Yet even in this moment of danger, their opportunity lies. There's an opportunity to rethink how we build, how we plan, how we enforce, how we protect, and how we govern. That's right. And most importantly, an opportunity to decide whether environmental protection in Jamaica will belong only to the privileged or whether environmental justice will belong to all. Mr. Speaker, the government speaks about resilience, but resilience is not measured by speeches only. It is measured by delivery. It is measured by whether promises become policy, whether policies become law, whether law becomes enforcement, and whether enforcement changes lives. Because that is what we are here to send.
True.
And that is where, Mr. Speaker, this administration struggles. Mr. Speaker, few issues capture environmental inequality in this country more clearly than beach access. It is to our national shame, Mr. Speaker, that less than 1% of this natural resource can be freely accessed by our people.
Whoa.
For years, Jamaicans have watched large portions of our coastline become increasingly inaccessible. First, they encounter the security guards. Then they go into the gated developments, the hotel corridors, the blocked pathways, and the disappearing fishing access.
Mighty God.
An island nation surrounded by the sea, where many citizens feel alienated from the sea itself. The government has finally tabled a beach access and management policy. And while I welcome the acknowledgement that a problem exists, the policy does not go far enough to address this problem. Because the policy still approaches beach access as a managed permission rather than a fundamental right.
Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, a beach cannot merely belong to those who can afford a room key or a day pass.
Yes.
Our coastline is part of our natural and our national inheritance.
Exactly.
In countries across the region and the wider world, governments increasingly recognize that coastlines are held in trust for their people. But here in Jamaica, the land of wood and water, the average citizen increasingly feels like a visitor in their own country.
Yes.
The government boasts about the number of public beaches, but Jamaicans seeing things different. How much coastline can ordinary people actually reach freely, safely, and affordably? Because access is not merely about counting beaches. It is about the dignity of our people. It is about whether a fisherman can launch his boat, whether a child can see the sea and play in the sand, whether a family can enjoy the natural beauty in their own country, whether the man in Drapers who grew up with unfettered access to Blue Lagoon will still be able to access that facility for commercial and recreational activities. Mr. Speaker, the policy must go further. We need guaranteed public access corridors to all beaches. We need legal protection for traditional fishing communities. We need protection of public easement, national mapping of beach access points, limits on the privatization of coastlines, and modern legislation rooted in sustainable environmental justice.
One of the people in call me and say big up.
Mr. Speaker, must be free, unfettered.
I'm Bridget call me and say big up, you know, in love how, you know. Yeah, man, say boy, in love how you grow me. He say in love how you grow me as a good youth, you know? With good principles, and he say big up for me, you know? Forgot to tell you earlier today, me and him a talk. Eh? Me no know.
Access to all of Jamaica's beaches, for all Jamaica's people, whether you live in Portland or you live in Montego Bay. Because beaches are not merely tourism assets. They're not merely tourism assets. They're a part of Jamaica's shared natural heritage. Jamaicans must not only live where others vacation, we must be able to enjoy our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, last year was an election year, and I hear my good friend talking about what is true and not. Let's talk about some truths. Several environmental groups came together and made their concerns known to both major political parties. And the minister made several promises in his 2025 sectoral presentation. Well, I have a list of the promises of the bills that were tabled and the policies that were laid on the paper in this house.
Wow.
And many of them remain incomplete and unfulfilled.
Mighty God.
We heard the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulation announced again this year after being announced last year. This old can has been kicked down the road for many years. Where's the wastewater and sludge regulations from 2025? Where are the strengthened air quality regulations? Where are the hazardous waste regulations? Where's the meaningful modernization of environmental enforcement? Too many announcements, too little execution. Mr. Speaker, while announcements are made and not kept, communities across Jamaica continue to face flooding, collapsing roads, poor drainage, blocked gullies, deforestation, and worsening environmental decline.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker, the next great global conflict may very well be over water. Yes. And Jamaica must take water security far more seriously.
Very, very seriously.
The condition of many watersheds is deeply concerning.
True.
Deforestation continues. River systems are under pressure. Pollution threats continue to emerge. And increasingly, Mr. Speaker, we must take the conversation to include contaminants of emerging concern. Not merely traditional pollutants, but pharmaceutical waste, industrial chemicals, microplastics, agricultural runoff, and wastewater seepage. Environmental health is public health. True. We cannot claim to protect public health, Mr. Speaker, while ignoring long-term groundwater quality.
True.
Mr. Speaker, water infrastructure resilience must become a national priority. Mr. Speaker, the collapse of roads and bridges during periods of heavy rainfall should remind us that climate resilience is not theoretical. It is physical. It affects whether ambulances can pass going about on emergencies, whether children can get to school, whether businesses can survive, whether communities become isolated. I want to speak briefly about solid waste, Mr. Speaker. Jamaica's solid waste challenge has become a major environmental and public health crisis.
Facts.
Plastic water clogs our drains. Plastic clogs our drains. Flooding worsens the situation. Communities suffer. And despite years of talk and anti-litter campaign, enforcement remains weak. The average Jamaican, Mr. Speaker, still sees indiscriminate dumping with little consequence.
Yes.
Poor collection schedules lead to increased instances of illegal dumping.
Yes. And then they rock them.
Mr. Speaker, it is concerning the high volumes of municipal solid waste that makes its way into our gullies and our drains, oftentimes causing flooding and calls for action from the very residents who contributed to the problem. Environmental laws without enforcement become nothing more than mere public relations exercises.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we need stronger penalties.
Yes.
We need better enforcement coordination.
Yes.
We need better collection. We need more environmental wardens, modern waste separation systems, investment in recycling infrastructure, and greater producer responsibility. Because environmental responsibility cannot rest only on citizens while large-scale waste generators escape accountability. Let us begin the conversation about extended producer responsibility. Mr. Speaker, climate change is not only an environmental issue, it is a justice issue. Those who contribute least to global emissions often suffer the most. The poor, rural communities, our small farmers and fisherfolk, and our inner city residents. And so climate resilience cannot become another privilege only available to wealthy communities. We must ensure that adaptation financing reaches ordinary people, Mr. Speaker. Jamaica must continue to aggressively pursue climate financing, but we must also improve domestic governance.
Yes.
Because international financing increasingly depends on transparency, accountability, and implementation capacity. Integrity matters in it.
Big shout out to Carlene. Thank you for the 5 and the super chat. Thank you so much, darling. Appreciate you. Big up yourself. Thank you for the continued support, my honorable member. Karen, big up yourself, Karen. Let's continue.
International financing. And this is where, Mr. Speaker, we continue to face a challenge. So climate resilience, Mr. Speaker, must influence how we go about treating with our governance framework.
Yes.
It must influence road design, housing approvals, drainage systems, agriculture planning, insurance frameworks, infrastructure investment, and national budgeting. Every ministry should be required to demonstrate climate resilience outcomes every time they go with a budget line item.
Yes.
Because resilience cannot remain isolated inside one portfolio.
Yes.
It must become a whole of government framework.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, Jamaicans are increasingly embracing renewable energy. Our families are investing in solar. Our businesses are investing in efficient energy systems.
True.
And electric vehicles are becoming more common. I'm the proud user of a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle myself. And solar at home makes the ride almost free. But the transition to renewed energy, Mr. Speaker, must be accessible to all. We need expanded incentives for renewable energy. We need more renewables on the grid, as my colleague from East Kingston and Port Royal spoke about. We need modernized grid infrastructure and policies that encourage energy independence while maintaining grid stability. The transition to cleaner energy should reduce inequality, not deepen it. Yes. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important reforms Jamaica must confront is environmental governance itself. Because recent controversies have exposed structural weaknesses in the way environmental decisions are made in this country. I won't delve too much into the matter involving the 2020 mining permit, which was granted to Bengal Development Limited after the minister overturned an earlier decision made by the NRC. This is very onerous when you consider the recently passed NARA legislation,
Talk about it.
which will pretty much legitimize this kind of action.
Yes.
And the question, Mr. Speaker,
Presenter, just a minute, please. Member, may I hear your
Crush them can. Watch out.
Before the court, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the leader of reflecting on the decision of a court of law being likely to prejudice a case which is under trial, including a case tried by a court martial before confirmation, or 35.3.2, reference shall not be made, contents of speeches. Reference shall not be made to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as, in the opinion of the chair, prejudice the interests of the parties.
And what is somebody that talk about?
Chairman, the member is well aware that when a matter is live before the courts, it should not be the subject of speeches. And I'm asking you to rule the member as being out of order for doing that. That is my point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we have been abusing this issue about sub judice. This is the highest court of the land. And until we are told we are the highest court, the parliament is. There is nothing that the member has just said that in any way will violate any sub judice rule. There's nothing that is said.
Nothing.
Allow the member to continue on
Vex them vex.
uninterrupted.
Andrew, hey.
Mr. Speaker.
Andrew them a try defend. Andrew them a try defend because the statement make him look bad and they on the answered. Them stink like.
Enable the member to continue his presentation uninterrupted.
we could have bought blood.
Members, if you wish for me to make a ruling, then you have to listen to yourself first so that you can listen to me. I'm going to ask. I will ask a member, the presenter, to make sure that he limits himself to a situation that causes a conflict. I'm going to allow you to continue.
Eli Clark, you're not saying nothing. You can't stop him from continue. That's why you said that a while ago. Because the Philip Parliamentary was correct. The man said nothing to upset any court proceedings. the case is there, and he mentioned the case. And he mentioned Nara, or how Nara would validate that type of ruling by the Prime Minister. The man said nothing wrong. Go ahead. Can't stop this.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 40 gives me the right to speak without unnecessary interruption. Yes. So if it causes controversy, the members on that side should govern themselves in accordance with Standing Order Rule 40.
That is it. That is it. Member good. You member good.
Mr. Speaker.
Jamaica are the wrong smarty they ramp with. You see this man? This man know the standing order. I tell you, say one of the most brilliant politician in our parliament right now. Do not sleep on Emmanuel. Him no play. You see how quick man come standing there. You think the speaker of the house can't say nothing? You think the speaker of the house can't say nothing? Right now, I know say Mr. Willie Rattigan are proud of this. I know I'm going to talk about it. Because I want to know Mr. Willie Rattigan stay already. When it comes to the standing orders and knowing the standing orders. You see me? Yes. One blouse and skirt Emmanuel. I want to them.
Speaker, the NARA, Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken about the concerns relating to the stepping rights provided under NARA, which are ominously similar to what happened in the case mentioned. And the question before us, and before this House, Mr. Speaker, is larger than any one quarry, any one permit, or any one minister. The bigger question, Mr. Speaker, is can environmental science and technical expertise be overridden by political discretion without sufficiently transparent safeguards? Mr. Speaker, environmental regulation must not only be independent, it must be seen to be independent. And that is why I am again calling, Mr. Speaker, for us to move toward the creation of an independent environmental protection agency established by statute. This argument is not anti-development. It is not anti-investment. It is pro-transparency, pro-science, pro-accountability, Mr. Speaker, and pro-Jamaica. Because investors deserve certainty, communities deserve fairness, and the country deserves confidence that environmental decisions are being made objectively and transparently. Mr. Speaker, NEPA cannot continue to appear trapped between environmental protection and developmental pressure. NEPA, which manages the NRCA, continues to sit in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development even after environment and climate change has been given its own ministry. Yet planning, Mr. Speaker, and environment protection.
What is what? Hello, I consulted with the clerk. You saw the clerk standing a while ago. I consulted with the clerk. The case that was mentioned is still in the court. The appeal was filed just last week. No, I'm saying
Mr. Speaker.
Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on. Turn yours off.
Mr. Speaker, from the initiation of the matter of Bengal in court, this Parliament has been commenting on it consistently. I have mentioned it in speeches here. Others have. The matter has been recently decided by the court. If there is an appeal, let them yes, it does not mean Mr. Speaker, it is unfair. It is unfair to interrupt the member. In this way, I think the member deserves an additional 5 minutes because yes. Mr. Speaker, if you will permit me, the remit by which the member spoke on the case it doesn't fall under sub judice. And the sub judice rule was never meant to restrict judges of the Court of Appeal nor the Privy Council. And so I will respectfully say the interpretation by the member is wholly inaccurate and is interrupting the member while this speaking.
One eyes up, Buchanan. I want to them. Move up. I'm going up. Stink like. Then I say, burn me for the last man. I hold on Jamaica with them anti-democracy. And I say, me can't wait for God to remove you now. I can wait still, but trust me, I'm highly anticipating your guys' removal. You remember good.
Member, you want to say something, member from Manchester?
Father.
Mr. Speaker, as not a lawyer but a legislator with 6 terms experience in this House, I don't believe you should seek legal advice from the clerk. It should be from the Parliamentary Council, who is properly authorized to give you advice on this matter.
One bag of dunce then. Be a dunce. One bag of dunce them, look how them hold up the man's speech. In Jamaica, look how them disrupt the man's speech. All in defense of Andrew Owens. So Andrew them a try defend, you know. Yes, Andrew them a try defend. Then God. I try defend them God, but then I realize say, yo, them a fight a losing battle. Can't stay there. Losing battle them a fight. Look how long them a hold up the man. Watch ya. Watch ya. Watch ya. Watch ya. And so long them a hold him up. 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Presentation. We are
The legal person. Yes. And continue the presentation. I am ruling him out of order, so he must.
Out of order what?
Before the court. That is my ruling, presenter.
You must also outline that evidence has been provided to you that there has been an appeal in the matter.
Rubbish the matter. No
Evidence
court.
has been provided that the matter is in court at this time. Yes. I am.
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that the member said earlier that would in any way prejudice the matter that is in court.
The legal personnel from Parliament, the legal person. Are you going to continue with the presentation or not?
Yes, you want to continue.
And I'm saying I'm ruling him out of order.
No, you can't put him out of order.
That is my decision. My decision is that I'm ruling the presenter out of order on the matter.
You cannot rule it. Mr. Speaker, can you allow the member to continue with this presentation? We're asking you to allow the member to continue with this presentation. Afterwards, we need a written legal opinion on this matter.
I
need to intervene. I need to intervene because it is clear that the
opposition is abusing processes here. The member from South Manchester said that the clerk should not advise you. When it states in 5 that the clerk should advise the speaker. The standing order also says that your ruling is final. But we have the leader of opposition business questioning your ruling. We cannot continue to allow the undermining of the standing orders in the House, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am not sure what it is that you're asking the member to retract in his presentation, because the member said he will not delve into the matter. He will not delve into the matter. No. And all he did was to compare the matter to why he's concerned with Naira. That's all he did, and he moved on. So, so Mr. Speaker, the advice that you got did not go far enough to tell you what he should retract. If there is anything to be retracted, members, Mr. Speaker, I would humbly ask you to just allow the member to continue his presentation. If it is that you are not satisfied that he should, then I think you should ask for Hansard. I think you should ask, Mr. Speaker, if you are to be balanced and fair, Mr. Speaker, I think that the legal advice that you got should ask for Hansard to show that the member never delved into the matter at all.
Woman, you know something about that, right? Woman, get on the live, you know? Oh, you never know when you ask me if you can pass. And you see me there talk. Oh gosh, man. No, man, don't do me that. No do me that. The camera turn the next way.
Presentation, but remember, once again, I'm ruling that you continue your presentation, but remember, be reminded that making reference to a case in the court, I'm going to rule you out of order again. I don't remember which Prime Minister said, "Can't nobody take my stride." Mr. Speaker, planning and environmental protection must work together, but environmental regulation must not appear to be bogged down by economic considerations. And so I propose, Mr. Speaker, the modernization of the NRC Act, the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency, a modern environmental permitting framework, mandatory publication of technical recommendations and decisions, mandatory publication of reasons for approvals and refusals, codified rights, appeal rights, statutory timeline for decisions, enhanced scientific monitoring capacity, stronger public participation rights, and the creation of a specialized environmental tribunal. Mr. Speaker, if Jamaica recognizes the need for independence in anti-corruption oversight, why would we not recognize the need for independence in environmental protection? Why should decisions capable of permanently affecting aquifers, forests, coastlines, and public health for this and future generations not benefit from similar institutional safeguards? And so I believe the governing board of this independent agency should be appointed through a transparent process similar in spirit to the Integrity Commission model. It must include, Mr. Speaker, broad stakeholder consultation, fixed qualification requirements, protection from arbitrary removal, and representation from environmental science, engineering, planning, law, climate science, and civil society.
The minister talks a lot about having science lead the way in environmental policy and action. I support this. What better way to have science lead the way than to have permit appeals be overseen by a transparent, competent authority and not not the political director? Because a permit denial should never feel like a political obstacle. It should be a scientific determination, respected unless transparently overturned through clearly defined legal safeguards. Mr. Speaker, relatedly, I want to raise the matter of Fort Rocky. Minister, this country deserves an update on Fort Rocky. This parliament deserves an update. Yes. What's the current status of Fort Rocky, Honorable Minister? What environmental protections are now in place? What lessons have been learned? And why has the public heard so little from the government regarding this issue? Fort Rocky is just one example of why we need an independent environmental protection agency. Because sometimes the bad actor and chief environmental degrader is the government itself. It was agents of the state who bulldozed the sand dunes and cleared mangroves at Fort Rocky, amplifying vulnerabilities in Port Royal without any approval from the KCMC. Fort Rocky sits in the Palisades Port Royal protected area. It is a wetland of international importance under the United Nations Ramsar Convention. It's full-time Jamaica hears from the minister regarding what rehabilitation has taken place at Fort Rocky. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to address another issue on which the silence of the Environment Minister has been noticed.
Hey, you notice how he go back to the case without talking about the case? You better them know him, you know. You better them know him.
And that is oil exploration. The country deserves some amount of clarity or conversation. What is the environmental position regarding offshore oil exploration?
Hey!
What marine risk frameworks exist? What spill response capacity exists or will be built?
Yes.
What environmental liability regime exists?
Talk about
What protection exists for fisheries and tourism, and what consultation have been had with those stakeholders? What consultation has occurred with coastal communities? What insurance requirements would apply? What independent scientific assessments have been completed? Or is it a good excuse that NEPA is not in the Ministry of Environment, so it's NEPA's responsibility? Mr. Speaker, I am not here to say Jamaica should never examine economic opportunities as they arise. I'm here to say that the country deserves clarity before irreversible decisions are made, and we deserve to be a part of the conversations and the decisions.
Of course.
Because environmental governance is no longer merely a moral issue.
Yes.
Increasingly, it is a legal and financial risk issue.
Yes.
Globally, governments and corporations are increasingly facing climate litigation, biodiversity litigation, pollution liability claims, failure to regulate actions, and intergenerational environmental justice claims. And so Jamaica must ensure that any future extractive activity is governed by strong independent regulation, robust environmental standards, transparent scientific review, modern liability frameworks, and enforceable polluter pays principles governed by an independent environmental regulator. This House must understand that drilling and associated industries has the potential to move us from a minor contributor to global warming to a major contributor, opening us up to emerging litigation and claims.
True.
Mr. Speaker, the world is changing. Environmental protection is no longer peripheral to development. It is central to investment credibility, climate financing, public trust, and national survival. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk briefly about the shelters, if I'm allowed. Recent discussions regarding shelters should force us to confront the larger problem we're facing. Climate resilience is not only about weather forecasting, it is about preparedness capacity.
Right.
And these issues no longer fit neatly inside one ministry.
No.
Because climate resilience itself no longer fits inside one ministry.
Carrington, big up Carrington.
So while we continue to contemplate the fact that billions in unspent donations from Hurricanes Beryl and Melissa continue to sit at them, we must ask ourselves, are our shelters ready? Are they adequately distributed? Are they accessible to persons with disabilities? Do they have backup power, water storage and water purification, sanitation, telecommunication resilience? Mr. Speaker, we are less than 2 weeks away from the start of the hurricane season. Hundreds of millions of donor funds sitting unspent. And about 50% of our shelters are unprepared for a strong breeze.
Yes.
A major hurricane.
Much less. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, climate resilience is now inseparable from national security, public health, and economic stability.
Definitely.
And that is why I believe Jamaica must adopt a mandatory national climate risk screening framework for major public infrastructure projects. We're not talking about JSRAC. We're not talking about JSRAC. Because in a climate vulnerable island, every road is climate policy. Every bridge is climate policy. Every drainage system is climate policy. Every housing development is climate policy. We're not talking about mapping what infrastructure exists, Mr. Speaker. We're saying every time that book comes to Parliament for us to approve a budget, we should get something saying, yes, these have been climate checked. So you can go ahead and approve.
That's right.
Climate resilience cannot be something we check. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you silenced our members.
Just on a point of clarification. Under the FAA Act, there is a process called PIAB. For you to get a capital allocation, you must be approved by the PIAB. The PIAB reviews every investment.
This man is doing a presentation. What kind of foolishness is this? What kind of nonsense is this? We don't want you nothing where you have to say. Man, come off from his, come off from the blouse and skirts. We don't want you nothing where you have to say. I come on and disturb the man's speech. Oh, what do this man, man? Boy, man. Sure.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue building 20th century infrastructure for 21st century concerns. The collapse of roads and bridges during periods of heavy rainfall should remind us that climate resilience is not theoretical. Too many roads repeatedly fail. Too many drains repeatedly overflow. Too many retaining walls repeatedly collapse. Too many communities repeatedly become isolated, Mr. Speaker. And if the roads leading to St. Thomas that had some failure after some heavy rain recently went through their assessment, we need a new assessment framework.
Really?
Every failed road and flooded community represents not merely an engineering problem, but a climate and fiscal problem. No major public infrastructure project should proceed, and no budget should come through this Parliament without us being able to interrogate whether it has been climate risk screened. Mr. Speaker, in Central St. Mary, I see the realities of climate vulnerability every single day. I see our roads collapsing after heavy rainfall. I see communities cut off, drainage failures, farmers worried about rainfall patterns. I see coastal vulnerability. And I'm reminded constantly that climate resilience is not abstract. It is personal. It affects livelihoods, education, health, employment, investment. Mr. Speaker, bad roads kill communities. Simple issues left unattended become major problems and significantly compromise quality of life.
Yes.
Environmental and infrastructure neglect kills opportunity. And our response must not be performative. It must not be temporary. It must not be political. It must be urgent. And so while people might be patient if they are given an update on when a bridge like the Trinity Bridge will be replaced, it is harder to accept why a government would not even respond to the safety concerns presented by a huge cavity on the road leading to Marlborough, widening daily, threatening to cut off large communities.
Wow.
Again, the response must not be performative. It must not be temporary. It must not be political. It must be urgent. Mr. Speaker, there are moments in the life of every nation when it must decide what it values. Whether short-term convenience will outweigh long-term survival. Whether public resources belong to all the people or only a few. This is one of those moments, Mr. Speaker. We must decide whether some representatives can aggressively advocate or whether some representatives must be quiet and hope that something will fall on their lap. This is one of those moments. The Jamaica we hand over to our children is being shaped right now by the decisions we make, by the laws we pass in this honorable house, by the systems we tolerate, the courage we demonstrate. Madam Speaker, we are a small island developing state, but we're not powerless. We can build a cleaner Jamaica, a more resilient Jamaica, a fairer Jamaica, a Jamaica where development and environmental protection move together, a Jamaica where ordinary people can access their beaches, can drink clean water, can breathe cleaner air, and live with dignity. But that future requires more than talk. It requires courage. It requires honesty. It requires enforcement. It requires planning. And importantly, it requires vision. Because without vision, our people continue to perish. Madam Mr. Speaker, the environment is not a luxury. It is life itself. And if we fail to protect it, history will never forgive us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Never. Excellent presentation.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the member from St. Mary Central for his very loud presentation. But as his first time, we have to give credit to him, as it is.
Here this a drunkard. Here this a germs. Short neck upcut. I come talk about loud presentation. It was a very substantive presentation. A presentation filled with facts, detail. A presentation that goes over the head of a dunce like them. You understand? Yeah, we can be disrespectful, you know, intelligently, you know. But loud presentation. I'm out of there, man. Bright and faced, you know, blouse and skirt. Anyway, moving on. Very proud of Mr. Emmanuel. Very, me up on the live. Cheese and peas, man. Something loud in the man. I'm going to go to Marvin. Who that, Mr. Lord have mercy. You sitting gone again. Box fry again. Hey, Sylvan, I don't know if you're still there, you know, but may I tell you, say, yo. No. What's your name again? Long time I don't go upon her video, them, you know. I don't hear a reaction them to her go on. Yes. Yes, London 45. Right, that's so. Let me see what I go on.
$100 million spent on bases for the container homes I already set. Well, it's only 6 bases that are available to the public eye. Of the $144 billion that was spent, he's telling us that $200 million spent for the roofing program. He's also telling the Jamaican people that $600 million was spent to build bases to put the container house. Jamaica, you hear me? $600 million was spent to build base to put the container house. And I love that interview, because she stopped him in his track and she says, are you talking about the 50 containers houses that is in dispute in Westmoreland right now, where it's only 6 bases that are ready? And Morgan turned pink, Jamaica. $600 million. $600 million he says spent already, and it's only 6 bases is visible. So that means $100 million per base, and these bases don't even look like 110 by 10.
Mighty God.
Jesus Christ, Jamaica. These criminals. Mr. Honest and in cabinet, you are a bunch of sophisticated criminals.
My goodness.
And this is why the procurement is important.
True.
This is why receipt is important, because when I have no receipt for sure, say, only spend $600 million and what it spent on and how it is spent. Only so on a pure $100 million.
Big up London 45, Bolo. You realize all that is happening in the country. The Prime Minister does not come out and say anything. A film style, Latina brother. Yeah, man. Silent, man. In just there, and then you make one. You see when the pressure start build up on the people, them a talk, and a bash him. And he really reach him in the backside. Him send out him subordinates, them, you know. When you hear Marlon Morgan come out, you know, them think they come from the Prime Minister, you know. And the Prime Minister approved their message there, you know. So he use the mainstream media, he use Oceanwide and them people there to come out and put out the narrative them. So him not talk for himself. And that style them use. Merville, big up yourself. Let's continue.
That's complete roofing program, no receipt, no procurement, no nothing. Jesus Christ, Jamaica. I can't manage this no more. I can't deal with this. This is stressing me.
TikTok, big up on yourself. Look more here. Come over to the live on YouTube. Can you imagine $600 million to make some base, to put the container them pan, and a 6 base alone make out of 50. Even if you did use the 600 million for the 50 base, me could do a cost analysis. Right? $600 million for your base them for your container. Me could do a cost analysis, Jamaica. Let's do a cost analysis because this don't make no sense. Let us do a cost analysis. Mighty God. What my calculator there? Where is my calc? You know, so every time me do one live and say call-in show, you no call. And then when me no want nobody call, you no call me. Hey, me tell you, if you don't say call-in show, don't call the phone. Yeah, man. If you don't see call-in show on the live stream, don't call the phone. Me tell you that straight. You better text me, voice note me, and make me look for the message while me I do my thing. But don't disturb my life, because not even one person will call me from the start the show, not even one. With all of the things that we are going on in Jamaica, nobody don't want to talk. Alright? Cool. I'm in a vex. I just say, it is quite ironic that when we do a calling show, nobody wants to call. But when I am, especially when I want to sleep, people are calling my phone when I sleep. I'm glad someone put my phone on vibrating, man, because if I did some money, you know, me not get no rest, you know. I put my phone on silent, brother. Straight silent. I tell you that because I hardly get no sleep. I work straight through night and everybody else asleep. Hardly get no sleep. It's unfair. When me up on the live now, and when you can call me, nobody now want to call me. That's crazy. Let me see what I go on there. So, calculator. Who the cap fit wear it? Still love. You understand? Yeah, I just have to talk it truth. That's some mistake. We calculated it from. Oh! So, $600 million divided by 50. Zane? Divided by 50. So, you tell me, say, every base costs $12 million? Somebody please send me the interview where Marlon Morgan said that $600 million. $600 million was used for the base. Somebody please, hey, somebody send me that video there because I don't like, I want to hear it for myself. I want to hear it for myself, Jamaica. I want to hear it for myself. Let me plug out this. Let me turn on the camera. Talk to you people. I want to hear it for myself. I want to hear the video that says, when Marlon Morgan say, Sassy, I don't know how comes you take up that the argument there, you know? Behave yourself. What you talking about really for? How comes you take up that the argument there? You put on cap on a fit you? Behave yourself here, man. Me want to know how you put Sassy, you didn't even call my phone. You don't call me. You hardly call me. So I don't know how comes you take up that the argument there. The people that call me know themselves. The people that call me know themselves, you know. So I don't know why you take up burden that is not your own. But really, Bolo, you call me. You call me once every 3 months. You call me? No, sir. Sassy no easier, man. Sassy take up people burden upon himself. I joke this. You don't call me regular Sassy. You call me once every 3 months. Once every 3 months. You don't call me. You don't call me. You know what I tell you. You don't get so bad now, you know. One time, mighty God, hey. When I look at my phone that morning, I say, how really I go on? I love it support still, you know. But when I say, when I am live and I put call-in show, call me, no man. When I put the call-in show, call me. Call me, there's a whole heap of things we talk about. You know, see how Jamaica run. You know, see how the man them move from the killing of the youth them to analyzing the woman them now. Me get one video. Somebody show me one video with the police, them a throw and smash the body in one police van. And last night that happened. Right? Go in a community, analyze the youth. And throw him body in a police van like a dog. When me say, see man, I swing your body. And just dash him in the back of the Lord's and skirt van. No tie anybody in the back of that they wanted, so then could have locked the van. Jamaica, did you guys listen to Mr. Wayne Lonesome today? No man. No man. Right now, me afraid to play that video there. Only listen to Mr. Wayne Lonesome today. As a matter of fact, I think in live right now with the same bridging and one next bridging. But only listen to the bridging from I remember him name from I think sitting there. Good. Hey, Miss Genesis, how you doing, sweetheart? Yes. Did you guys listen to the interview with me? And I still want the video with Marlon Morgan. Somebody please send me that video there. Please. See if I can find it.
Jamaica, you all know how many homes $600 million could have built.
Exactly.
For the victims, Jesus Christ, God have mercy.
Yeah.
What a disgrace. What a shame. Mr. Owens, you and your cabinet are one bunch of thieves. I've never seen criminality so bold. I've never seen criminality so dry-eyed. We never see criminality so fierce. Marlon Morgan, what kind of nonsense that you come out here come tell the Jamaican people? And we sit down all long and wait for the procurement information from how much months now? 4 months now we can't get the procurement information to have proof that this is all the monies has been spent. Jamaica.
Oh yes, me find it.
Jesus.
Me find it to Brockstone, me find it.
General has found that as of February of this year, only 1.8% of the $1.44 billion in cash donations had been spent. ADPEM says the reason is that the Ministry of Finance hadn't authorized the expenditure. Who then bears the responsibility for that delay, Senator Morgan?
Well, so the conversation for me is not so much about responsibility for delay, because Jamaica operates a structured, rules-based and law-based financial management ecosystem, Jordan. I'll come to that in a little while, but before doing so, I want to point out to your viewers at the very outset that the conversation we're having this evening could easily have been one about the misuse of funds, loss of funds, misappropriation, unaccounted for funds, and so on. But that is not the conversation we're having. We're having a conversation regarding a quantum of funds where only 1.8% have been utilized up to a particular point in February. But just to be
Hold on, Senator Morgan, because you said that, and persons listening do need to have that understanding that the Auditor General didn't find any irregularities. She did say some of the documentation had been provided to her, but she isn't arguing that the funds have been misused or misappropriated. However, that for many people is at the very bottom of the barrel argument. There is no expectation that they have that these funds would have been misappropriated. So to argue now, almost 7 months after Hurricane Melissa, 4 months after this audit would have been completed, that no funds had been spent and we must be glad the money had been misappropriated, for some seems a very facile argument.
So just to be clear, Julian, I said what I proffered just now for context. We know in Jamaica that we have a low trust environment, and indeed we're very mindful of the numerous instances and experiences we've had with the damning Auditor General reports. So that is for context why I said what I said earlier. But let me pivot now to the substantive point here. The ADPEM received resources by way of donations into a particular account. For those funds, Julian, to be onboarded so that the appropriate accounting and stewardship can ensue from a financial management standpoint in the context of government operations, you need to have the regularization of those funds from the Ministry of Finance. In other words, for you to have them passing through the consolidated fund. So they have to be onboarded, and that particular bureaucratic red tape, which I alluded to in my press release, would in part have contributed to the very low quantum of the funds that had been expended up to February. But separate and apart from that, it is important for the viewers to know and appreciate, Dorian, that the ADPEM had earmarked a considerable portion of the donor funds received for the purpose of the Shelter Recovery Program in relation to modular housing solutions.
Bingo! Right there, so. Right there, so. Let me just slow that down. Back a little bit.
Red tape, which I alluded to in my press release, would in part have contributed to the very low quantum of the funds that had been expended up to February. But separate and apart from that, it is important for the viewers to know and appreciate, Gloria, that the ADPEM had earmarked a considerable portion of the donor funds received for the purpose of the Shelter Recovery Program in relation to modular housing solutions. In fact, as we speak, a considerable degree of work is going on now with respect to the preparation of the basis on which the modular housing solutions will be erected, because it will be a waste of resources or very imprudent at the very least for us to have used public funds to acquire modular housing solutions and then provide the supporting and enabling basis on which to erect it.
Senator, just so we are clear, those modular housing solutions are what have been called container houses here?
That's a loose word.
Those are the 50 container houses that had been spoken of and now are in dispute in Westmoreland, for example, where only 6 bases we've been informed have been prepared. Are these the same?
As I said earlier, literally seconds ago, there are bases that are on the way in relation to the...
Let me go back. Let me hear when say seconds ago. Let me hear when say seconds ago.
Apart from that, it is important for the viewers to know and appreciate, Lorian, that the OPED had earmarked a considerable portion of the donor funds received for the purpose of the shelter recovery program in relation to modular housing solutions. In fact, as we speak, a considerable degree of work is going on now with respect to the preparation of the basis on which the modular housing solutions will be erected, because it would be a waste of resources or very imprudent at the very least for us to have used public funds to acquire modular housing solutions and then not provide the supporting and enabling basis on which to erect it.
Senator, just so we are clear, those modular housing solutions are what have been called container houses here?
That's a loose word.
Those are the 50 container houses that had been spoken of and now are in dispute in Westmoreland, for example, where only 6 bases we've been informed have been prepared. Are these the same?
As I said earlier, in the seconds ago.
Well, as I said, this is the second time in a month that Marlon Morgan has stuttered when giving press releases. Well, when having a conversation with anybody that has any brain to question and give simple question. It's the second time. Oh, remember when I'm gonna play it too. I'm gonna play it. Colin Bella, I'm gonna play it.
There are bases that are on the way in relation to the construction of them. There's a quantity of the modular housing solutions that are now in country, and based on the over 2,000 that is intended to be brought in, which will come in batches, Jordan, because as the public should be aware, these housing solutions are not necessarily shelf-heighted, sitting down. They have to be put together and fabricated by the supplier from whence the country gets them, from whence Jamaica is purchasing them, basically. But I want to go back to the germane point here. Yes, we have received by way of the goodwill and donation of persons, whether Jamaican nationals, Jamaicans in the diaspora, and other well-wishing persons, some donations. But separate and apart from the donor funds received, the GOJ would have been embarked on considerable work in relation to hurricane relief and recovery, not least through the provision of food baskets, or should we say care packages. Also in relation to the government-directed roof repair program, which would have seen the JDF, in addition to partner military entities like that of the Rwanda, Ghana, and of course the Guyanese, would have been doing a number of homes in terms of putting roof back on.
So you are able to point to things that the government has been able to do, directing funds, separate and apart from the donor funds, and you have argued
that they... 30 seconds to say this.
Yes.
Just 30 seconds to say this. To give the viewers an appreciation for the discussion and what we are bringing into sharp focus here, Jordan. From the donations received, that resource was in the order of 1.44 billion Jamaican dollars. So just under 1.5 billion. But what the government has expended so far in terms of the quantum of funds that have been earmarked and are under contract, in terms of contract now underway, that has been in the order of 11.3 billion Jamaican dollars, as cited in the Auditor General report, page 16 in particular. yes. report unpacks it, and that is instructed.
$11.3 billion spent on 420 relief contracts. You have said outstrips that donation figure, but those are government contracts, not donor funds. We had campaigns, we had concerts, we had concerts, we had international donors, we had diaspora look at us and say, Jamaica, we not only want you to rebuild after Melissa, but even before that, rebuild after Hurricane Beryl. At what point in time does it become a misrepresentation to the Jamaican public and international donors when we take these funds and we hadn't said to them, you know what, this setup that should have been there in the Disaster Risk Management Act of 2015, for example, or the setup that is required from the Minister of Finance isn't there because these people might not have contributed these funds.
So, Jordan, just to be very clear, there are two things that are instructive here. The proceeds received from our donors and, of course, persons who wish Jamaica well will be utilized for the purpose of providing relief and support to our much needed brothers and sisters across Jamaica, particularly out in Western Jamaica, as we reconstruct, as we recover, and as we seek to foster resilience. But separate and apart from that, these funds that have been donated and they came in initially into outcomes accounts, there is a regularization process that has to ensue because the government of Jamaica has to now onboard those funds and treat them as though they were Julian Quarry's tax and Marlon Morgan's tax dollars. So that is also important to assure our donors, those people who called into the telethon. I myself volunteered on the telethon and fielded calls, the concerts that were had at Hard Rock Hotel in Florida and so on. The funds that we would have gleaned from those efforts, Julian, are essentially being treated as Jamaica's public funds, our tax dollars, basically, and the donors can be assured that nothing short of appropriate stewardship of those funds by virtue of the structures of government will ensue. But
Senator Morgan, I have 10 seconds to go. My producer is telling me I'm out of time. Given that you have made this assurance then that these monies will be spent, you have a clear timeline? Senator Morgan, I promise you, if I could, I would. But give me a sense of a timeline.
I know, I'm just pulling your leg.
Of course, I welcome you back into the show to have this conversation tomorrow. My producer says to me tomorrow.
You know, so she a labor right. Anyway, moving on. That's funny, bro. That's very, very funny. So he wants to tell us that, you know, the funds have to go through this process before it's spent. Raw cash. Those funds should not be treated as tax dollars. I heard him say that. The funds that people donate should not be treated as tax dollars. It should be treated as the people and money, not tax dollars. Because the way you only treat tax dollars. Mighty God. No, man. So you heard it yourself, Jamaica. I didn't want to cut it, you know. I didn't want to cut it. But I got a letter, man, saying that Cliff Hughes is suing Andre Stevens. Very interesting. Indeed. Very interesting. You know, there's this youth who threaten for come at Jamaica come take up gun and him still up on the internet, you know. I wonder, you know, I'm not wondering. God is the master. I'm not wondering. I'm not wondering at all. I'm not wondering at all. God is the master. You know, all of them. No matter, hey, me say, you see the video when me play earlier? Bolo, that thieving man can fool some people sometimes, but can't fool the deep thinkers no time. Oh, you think so nobody happy Marlon Morgan no mind, brother? Marlon Morgan a waste man in the borough. Nobody not pay Marlon Morgan no mind, brother. I laugh off of them when you hear them attack. All them do a come read script. You understand? For boggle up the people and brains. But yeah, let me get back to Miss London 45. Somebody say a fake letter. A most fake letter. Both them are sue Andre Stevens. Sure. Alright, yeah, man. deal with you once and for all. I'm sure say Andrea play upon his show. What a thing. We will have it at last in life. What a day when war becomes a thing of the past and peace. We will have it at last and Jesus, London, be yourself. The man them get new catastrophe ban, and they are not building any shelters. Not even one shelter they haven't built, you know. That makes sense.
Where is the Jamaican government? Nowhere.
The people's tax dollars is the government's pocket money. Exactly, Miss Genesis. This government does not respect our tax dollars. You know how much trillions of dollars is unaccounted for since they have been in power? Yes, I said trillions. Trillions.
Palestinian humanitarian.
That means there's no receipt for the money. We don't know if the money was used for the purposes they said it was used for. We don't know if it has gone into the pocket of friends and family and baby mothers and side chicks. We don't know. And that's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter. This phone now, this is well enough. So I'm just use this phone for the TikTok. Yeah, man, that phone now, this is well. There you go. Yes, TikTok. The next phone battery not good enough, so you better me use that phone. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to this.
Money, don't give it to Mr. Andrew Holness because we're not going to give you the money what we figure people about we home. The government get the money, we never get it back. We will never get that. Where is the Jamaican government? Nowhere. He has to come to no place. Give all the money. Send a client with the money. Don't give it to Mr. Andrew Holness because we're not going to give you the money what we figure people about we home. The government get the money, we never get it back. We will never get that.
Yo, you think, yo,
Where is the Jamaican government? Nowhere.
I'm telling you, these men that said that in that interview, they were spot on. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You see, they want to tell us how much money they spent. You know? They want to tell us how much money they spent. But it's not about how much money they spent. How much money was needed to spend. How much money was in need to spend to relieve the people of Jamaica from the crisis. That's the thing. And this bridging here, the councillor for Granville, I not even want to get in it too much, you know, to tell you the truth, you know. Listen to what the councillor said in this interview. I found this very shocking. Listen to this.
I am at the divisional office for the council for this Granville division. Is Mr. Troop, as we call it. Mr. Troop has been council here for more than what, 20 years? 31 years. 31 years. So he is a 6-star, 8-star general, as they say in the political process. 7-star general. 7-star general. Mr. Troop, you have weathered many storms in Granville. For the last, 2 years or 2.5 years, there have not been an incident of killing or murder which has taken place in Granville. Well, let me tell you something. As I said before, I used to be up in the morning to go to shooting. Right now, I'm up in the morning to go to seeing that police shoot. So we have first the gunmen against gunmen, now the police against citizens of Granville. But why is that so? What has the people of Granville done, been doing, or is doing? Let me tell you. We have achieved over the last 10 years that the Granville division is a state where everywhere in the division, every corner, people can come together and party together. And party together, that's an achievement. What does that mean now? The government is now putting the young men and young women life in danger because of the statement that Andrew Warden said. Police are out there trying to find somebody trying to find somebody to kill, to get a stripe. I don't understand that. Talk to me. If you can get 3 or 4 somebody, and let's shoot up the police, you get a stripe, get a promotion.
Jamaica.
They're working for a promotion. So that is a part of the hidden understanding of what seems to be taking place in the police. Hold on. Hidden for a promotion.
Jamaica, when you hear that? The councillor of Granville, the era where the lady lost her life by the hands of the police, was murdered by the police, clearly on camera. That area, the council of the area, the PMP councillor said that the police, the area has been peaceful for many years now. He used to wake up to gunshots. Now he's waking up. He stopped hearing gunshots. Gunshots by criminals he used to wake up to. Now, you know, they had peace, and now the police is the one that is shooting the gunshots and waking him up. And he said the reason why is not my word, you know. The reason why is because the police, the statements that Andrew Onis has made, and Horace Chang, because Andrew alone makes statements that was controversial, right? Horace Chang has made statements as well, and the man say, you know, the police are unaliving our youth to get promotion. So the more youth them unalive, according to the councillor, is the more promotion them get. So it would be like, okay, so you took a criminal off the street, you unalive this criminal, oh, you get a promotion. So that's what he's saying, you know. So it appears as if, ladies and gentlemen, that, you know, based off that argument, you know, these guys are finding creative ways to turn innocent citizens into criminals. I'm telling you, it's weird. It's absolutely weird and crazy and frightening what is happening in my beloved country of Jamaica. It's very, very scary. I know I haven't asked anybody much in this live stream, but could you please hit the like button for me if you haven't already? It really helps. And share the live as well. You know, it really helps. It really helps. All right. Thank you so much in advance. I thought that Chrissy Wagwan, I thought that was absolutely frightening to hear the councillor say that, and you know, for him to really just, here he is again. I believe this is him.
America is going to experience war.
All right, so let me go back to my good friend, my good internet friend. Let me go back to my good internet friend, London 45. Rate London, you know. Yeah, man, respect her, man.
Y'all know what's going on?
Respect her. Respect her, trust me. She a warrior, boy.
Mr. Oldness, sir, we can see the message that you're sending clearly. That we're females, and if we're out there protesting, you're going to send a killer squad if you come kill with them. We see the message where you're sending. I'm going to tell people every day.
Bonnie, thank you for the share.
I tell them every day that you have a killer squad and you're not going to pardon nobody. And these are the reasons why so many persons are afraid to go out there and protest because they're afraid of you. Yesterday morning, I make a video about this. So people are afraid of you, afraid to protest because they know you send a killer squad come shoot up people and kill them off. So Mr. Honest, what your crew say now? The woman out there protest a shootout. She did a shoot after the police them. The 13-year-old with them tell light pan. Become a gunman. The 17-year-old and now they come kill a woman, 2 shots in her chest, plus them broke up the woman and in the door, in her van door, them broke up the woman and...
As I talk about that, I heard that the lady fell out. After them put her in the van and they were driving fast, to how they deal with that situation, I heard that the lady dropped out of the van, you know, while they were on their way to hospital, you know. That's what I heard on what's your name? Oh my God. Mr. Wayne on some program today. Yeah.
Van door, and then them take the woman, throw in the van like piece of garbage. But me tell you, say, uno police officer, may God help on the soul. Look how now walk up and down and analyze male and female because of Mr. Oldness, because of this devil man. Look how now the tone of mother, look how now the tone of sister. This wicked Lucifer man start and the female say this is how I cut down crime. Not even protest, no want the people them protest. So you make sure say send a squad them to go kill a woman for sure the woman them say nothing say true no woman we afraid for kill her now. You're setting an example and this is what the people them run up and down and cheer for you for kill off the people them of this country. I did a day. I know enough people not hear about this now. I did a day. Them go to St. Thomas, go put 12 shots or 9 shots, 9 or 12 shots in a one man head up at St. Thomas.
What?
These killer police. I know.
What could be the reason for the police to shoot a man 12 times in the head if that is indeed a true story? Because I never heard about it. What could be the reason, Jamaica? After 2-3 shots, him dead, you know. So that has to be, if that is before the courts. If I was a judge and I look at the evidence, yeah, more than likely some people are got jail for life. I can't tell you that. No joke about it. Yeah, man, I could get the likes up, guys. Please, let's get the likes up here.
Come back, 2 shots in the woman's chest. Malahu Ford said it looked bad. And when the reporter asked her why she said that, she said, at a standpoint, the commissioner of police need to get involved immediately and need to hold the police officer were responsible for that. That can't look good. How the woman in her van and get 2 shots in her chest and broke up in a door. How is that possible? I tell you, so this killer squad out there treat people like them are animal. Them not care about people. Them not business. Because Mr. Oles pay them for the country, fear for the people in the country, fear them. So as an example, when them a kill a woman for sure, we say, when you come out, you come born a woman because we're going to light them up with gunshot too.
Character, what's up?
So when I see the whole thing I go on yesterday, I hear people talk about it, and I see video talk about it. All I could have done was cry.
Yeah, man.
Just sit aside and cry. What is going on in the country? What it is that Jamaica comes down to? How is it that a policeman feels so careless to take out him gun and bust up shot on a woman in a protest?
But it wasn't a protest, you know. They were coming from a protest. There wasn't a protest happening at the time. Forever Riches, big up. Nine, big up. Thank you for the support. Right? Yeah, it wasn't a protest. They were coming from a protest. That's what I heard. And they stopped them. You understand? And there's also allegations that the police tell the woman that she ain't want to go do her things. And the lady lost her life.
Hear the verdict. We are waiting to hear the verdict so she shoot after them. What is the excuse? Jesus.
The excuse that them use is to say, because if you hear the police report, they must say the lady try run him over. But you watch the video for yourself and be the judge. Because we have the benefit of a video, you know. I don't see where she tried to run him over. I see where she tried to drive away. and the vehicle was turned away. As a matter of fact, if she should have accelerated on the pedal, put her foot down on the pedal, the bus wouldn't have stopped right away. Immediately after she got shot, the bus stopped, you know. That means her foot was not all the way down on the pedal, on the gas pedal. So, you know, common sense reasoning, you know, just looking at the evidence. You know what I mean?
No man, I'm sick right now. Mr. Old Man. A big trick has been played on all of you. And that trick is that you were led to believe that the government can deliver water, road, security, healthcare, housing, education. A big trick has been...
Jamaica, if the government cannot deliver those things, why are we paying them all this money? The highest paid government in the Caribbean and the Prime Minister that is in power right now is telling us, listen, we trick on you know. We trick on you. We play one big trick on you in having you guys believe that we can offer or deliver everything that we promised. Mighty God. Let's continue. Whoa. Oh, shall I show the video?
What I observed on the scene, the commissioner will... Jamaica, I'm fully convinced that the police, them down at Granville, will kill the lady, a fish in a plate. My convinced.
Oh, them a fish.
Y'all see what they dealing with the lady body? Like, y'all see what them dealing with the lady?
No.
Watching someone is come out here.
If that come from a woman, you know.
I'm fully convinced
yes.
that the police, them down at Granville,
yes.
will kill the lady, a
yes.
fish in a plate.
Mighty God.
Y'all see what they dealing with the lady body? Like, y'all see what them dealing with the lady? Them don't even know if the lady did dead yet. Like, y'all see how them dealing with the lady? On the see them face? Young youths, now have one thing for telling you out there. See, if you're not on the road, put on a seatbelt. If the police, them arguing with you, if the terrorists, them in a JCF, we call themselves police arguing with you all, keep on the mouth shut. Don't answer them, don't say nothing at all. They're on an assignment. Mr. Oldness put them on an assignment for kill out the local young youths, them.
Wow.
And every day, this man prove to the nation or in 8 people them, and you still have the small brain lab rats them out there still defend this murderer, this killer. Mr. Oldness, you say you are your security minister. God is not sleeping. I mean, I tell you, saying, I mean, I pray every day. Because your day will come right now. I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of the JCF. Because guess what, them not even a pardon woman. I tell them I'm going to start till life on we now. And put all a water gun, them I'm going to put on we now.
Mighty God.
Them I'm going to start put water gun on the woman, them. Right now, and a Granville, them did kill the little boy. Only notice the areas, them, where the police, them are going to analyze people, and notice the area, them good. And tell me what y'all notice. The areas, them, where the police, them are going to analyze people. And I want to notice the area, them, where them going.
Maybe not say that.
It's a plan. It's a purge.
Maybe not say that.
It is a purge.
Be not say that.
God, I never see nothing like this yet.
Be not say that.
I never see nothing like this yet. Like, right now, I'm scared for the little young youth. Them youths me are gonna do. On a stay now in the yard if you don't have to go on the road, don't go anywhere, because guess what? The men who are doing the crimes, they are not taking their lives. Them can't even find them. And when they do find them, they're bringing them in. And the little youths, them I tell life and analyze them and murder them off and I see crime down. Female, the woman just out here. The news tells now that she organized a protest for the 17-year-old police killed days prior. So true, she's organizing the protest now. So them do them come take for your life. Me telling you now, Mr. Owens have one objective: for kill off the poorer class of Jamaicans. For make sure say in China friend them. and him wealthy friend them can step forward. You see when them done analyzing the young youths them, the 1 and 2 young youths them will if I go be slave to the slave masters. Remember, I tell you that. Remember, this is not Jamaica anymore. Jamaica mash up, Jamaica gone. The police them a murder the people them. The government body them not have no restriction and no movements how them supposed to deal with government business and public business. Them a thief, them a lie, them not put documents in place, they not doing nothing. Jamaica Labour Party mash up the country. No rules, no regulation. I remember what Mr. Wallace say government badness, and he's proving that every day. Jamaica only say nothing in place.
Yep, fact.
Nothing at all, not in place. These people break every rules, every law.
True.
Nothing not in place. The way Mr. Wallace going out and breaking the law, the man all go to court right now. Them the one we have no trust all in the Auditor General. Mr. Wallace don't want the Jamaican people have no trust in the Auditor General. That's why you see Senator either the Cuban frog Marlon Morgan come out here and come talk about Auditor General have one argument and them have a next argument. We don't have a next argument for everything. On a criminal, on a murderer, on a wicked. Jamaica, I'm fully convinced that the police. I watch Mr. Wallace come out here come tell lie pan we. One of the I watch Mr. Wallace come out here come tell lie pan we. So on behalf of himself and the Jamaican people, we condemn the killings in Israel when we don't give a shit about Israel and Wagwan and Israel. You come out here come tell lie pan we. You come out here and condemn killings in Israel. And all now you don't come out here come condemn one of the innocent killing with the police. Because you set them up to kill off the people them. Yeah? The same poor people them. We are run up and down in a motorcade. The same poor people them we are vouch for you. The same poor people them we are take up for you. That's why I'm telling us the poor people, the whole of we poor and we're not so bright, we're not so wise up. When you look when election time, the attention we wanna get. And look at election time, the kind of people they want to see around up and down.
Stop take them blood money.
Good. Even right now on social media, look at the kind of people they want to cuss me. Just take a look at the people that want to cuss me. Peer poor people who are hungry like myself here. We are run up and down in a motorcade. I run up and down and one, this a one win, that the one the win. MP win, councillor win, leader win. And look what happened to them now. Look what happened to them now, young people. For wise up, wise up. Start vote who make sure so the country run good. Vote who take care of you. Vote who look out for you. Remember once upon a time we have Jamaica for justice. We have all different kind of bodies we look out for the people them. Nobody now look out for the people them right now because everybody afraid of Mr. Wallace. The other day Jamaica for justice come out, come talk. Here what always strength said. Jamaica for justice a benefit from blood money. That's why them come out and take up for the people that own crime boss there. Yo, man, tell us that Jamaica we gone, we country gone, we country mash right up. Everything changed in Jamaica. Every God Almighty thing changed in Jamaica. Right now I'm afraid. Right now, I would even be on the road and don't have on my seatbelt and try to put it on because I don't want to try to put on my seatbelt and them shoot me and say me I feel for something. What is going on in this country? Pure murderous, wicked police. Them is not even police. Them are terrorists. And always I'm going to talk about we must ignore the narrative that the police force is corrupt with all these killings that they're doing. 13-year-old, them shoot up on 13-year-old, them kill 17-year-old, now them come kill a woman, them go up at St. Thomas Day that they go put 9 shots in a one man head. Or if you shot one man in him head 9 times, from the first shot him get in him head, you give him 8 more. These police hands are on their weapon and ready to shoot any minute, and they don't care who or what is in position. They are going to make sure that they pull the trigger. And Jamaica is not safe anymore. We're not safe anymore. We're afraid of our government and we're afraid of the JCF. The JCF is a team of murderers. And they might walk up and down and murder people pitney. And when we come out here and talk, oh, them a murder people pitney, you hear say you with gunmen, you with this, you with that, you with that. But Jesus, Mr. Owens, I told that you have. And told that you have Mr. Owens. So you know, expect them, all if I did toast when you have, they wouldn't get caught in the line of fire. Because they're not trillionaire, them don't even have to wipe them one backside. But poor people out there suffer. Why is all this happening to the poor? Miss want a burn savannah, the people them there burn savannah, keep them like a candlelight. The police them go, they go pepper spray the people them. All the 8-year-old pick them pepper spray. And then them gone at the 8-year-old pick the father yard gone create problem with the man at the man yard. These police are bully and terrorists. Poor people don't have no enjoyment. Again, one look party I keep. The other day in a church, we see the police them go with guns. Some long guns go stop funeral in a church. But one rich people party can keep until 5 o'clock a morning. Rich people party can keep until they say when. And you don't even see. All they can see is their private security guard securing them. But the poor people them, we are run up and down phone election time, when I turn around and I murder them like them a chicken. Jesus Christ, man. Guys, me telling you say I don't know, like me lose my appetite, me just feel sick. For so I go in my country. The other day, I remember that triple shooting there, the police them get away with it. Not guilty. Not guilty. The police in this country, if we not catch them on camera, red-handed, I do certain things I can't even get them to prosecute them. And when we don't prosecute them, they are getting away. Because Mr. Owens is responsible for the police force and he makes sure that they are getting away with everything what they do to the poor people. Every God Almighty thing. Why poor people? Why is the poor people them something here happen to us? That means why is the poor people? Why poor people not have a chance at life? Them not have a chance at life. Oh God. I watch Mr. Owens come out here, come tell life on we. Say on behalf of himself and the Jamaican people, we condemn the killings in Israel when we don't give a shit about Israel and what going on Israel. You come out here, come tell life.
This looks like murder. It looks like murder. This is not how you defend yourself. And he was in no imminent danger of being run over by the Voxy. No, you see where he steps out of the way. The pace of the Voxy, yeah, is not at a speed that you could say that he is in imminent danger. Unless there's something else that I'm not seeing. And Butcher is now dead.
Whoa.
As a result of this. You know, High Command has acted swiftly. They have interdicted him, meaning that he has been removed.
Hey, you know, so Cliff Hughes is a supreme hypocrite. Him very skillful at how him communicate, you know. Him speak as if, you know, we're with the people. And then him defend the police action. The interdiction alone is not enough. That police should be put in prison. It shouldn't be left outside and free. That's what that's why they look like somebody was stable too, no? Mentally. Yeah, may I start follow up the statistics with you now. May I start follow up the statistics with you. But me tell the people them, me tell you, I told you guys from a month ago. I said, well, I'm the on the live still in a moment. You still never know some of the on the live? Mighty God. No, me the on the live, man. So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying is this. I told you guys from around a month ago, I said to you, if we are not careful, this police force is on pace to unalive over 365 citizens of the country. They are on pace to do that. Yeah, 100% on pace to do that. If we are not careful, that's where we're at. All right, that's where we're at. And why? I don't know what to tell them. Say, if you don't want to see what go on, phone business.
Right?
Phone business if you don't want to see what go on. But today, me I listen to Sheldon. On Mr. Well Known Some show. You know, me I go do a marathon live stream, Because I'm not doing no live today. So, when you like and share up the live and tell everybody to come over here. We are going at the news, we are going at everything. We are going at everything. Zine, we want to big up Mr. Omar Newell. Omar Newell fix them business in a parliament today. Fix them business in a parliament today. The man mentioned the Bengal case. The man mentioned nothing that is outside of the public sphere of understanding. The Prime Minister of Jamaica overturned the ruling in the Bengal case. Jamaica, you know what came to me? Outside of the environmental risks that NARA could present us, there's a massive environmental risk that I did not calculate. Calligraphy, big up. You see the oil? Andrew Honest using NARA. Say for instance, them set up them things would start drill. And Andrew still in a power. Jamaica, if there's any environmental risk that could, well, there would be environmental risk, but the environmental safeguards would be eroded under Andrew Honest government. And I am not wrong in saying that. All we have to do is look at the Bengal ruling. The technocrats, the professionals, Sansan, Melissa Gordon, the professionals, the scientists, told them we are not giving you a permit to mine in this area. Why? Because 1, the water supply. 2, the animals that are almost extinct. They need to be protected. Protected natural species. 3, it would violate the person's right to a healthy environment that live in the area. And Andrew Honest's government said, we don't care about that. Give them the permit. Make them go mine. That's essentially what he said. And he instructed, right, the NRCA, that unfortunately is a part of NEPA, and NEPA is in the office of the Prime Minister, to give them the permit. And even then, NRCA was so professional that they said, no, we're going to give them the permit, but only with these conditions, and them have to sign to these conditions. Yes, calligraphy. Calligraphy said, I have to say, today PNP unity while Newell was talking was beautiful. Bridget, I don't know if you realize, but the PNP is firm, Do you guys see any cracks in the PNP? The only cracks they over Jamaica Labour Party. Because Marlon Malawo step out of line and went against the status quo in one of the biggest bill ever tabled by the Jamaica Labour Party government and passed. Yeah, yeah, she did that, y'all. She did that. But this Nara bill, I'm telling you, man, is very, very dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on here? I wonder what's going on in the NBA. Let me see how the game is going. Thunder is leading by 5 points. Alright, Thunder. 1 minute left. You know, so them are going to respond. Them are the defending champions. But the Spurs have done enough. The Spurs took game 1, and that is bad for this team. It's very bad for them. Listen. It's very bad for them. Victor Wembanyama have 21 points. Oh, them are playing harder this time. 17 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 4 blocks, 4 turnovers. Therein lies the problem. Let me see how much. 21 turnovers them have. Then that's why them are lose. And them only lose by 5 points. Yeah, the Spurs is gonna take this serious. I have no doubt in my mind. How does the Spurs have 21 turnovers and a team like the Thunder and still is only losing by 5 points with a possibility to steal this game with 1 minute? A 5 points, I said. And I'm talking a little basketball now. 5 points? Damn, bro. If they hit a quick 3 in this next possession, let me see the play-by-play. Or if they take it to the bucket quickly. OKC timeout. Oh my God, the Spurs had a chance to move up from 113 and they turn over the ball. They are kicking themselves in the foot. The Spurs are kicking themselves in the foot. And you know, they're young. OKC has done it before, so you're gonna have these situations.
So Jamaica look at my screen right here. These 2 persons on the screen, one of them is Mr. Oldness and one is Bolo. The young lady that police take her life in Granville. And if you pay attention to her arm, she's a supporter of Mr. Oldness. And during the election, I get to find out that she was.
No, I have heard different stories about Bojo. Some people is saying that she's a laborite. Even Sheldon says she's a big laborite. And may I hear other things say no, she's not a laborite. My thing is, I don't care if she's a laborite or not. We're talking about human rights. We're talking about the police doing their job in a way that is lawful. And every person, whether you're a laborite or you're a PMP, you are a citizen of this country, and your rights ought to be protected by the country that you live in. I'm absolutely clear on that. I don't care. I said it on Mystic Sensation show the other day when I called in. I don't business. Even if them say she's a criminal, I don't business. Right? Even if them have put it on her say she's a criminal, I don't know about that. All I know about is what I'm seeing on the video. Isn't that how judges do it too, and lawyers? They focus on the evidence. Now, so you go. Look at the video. The video is all that matters. All these other narratives, they want you to act as if you're not seeing what you're seeing in Jamaica. That is dangerous. You cannot ignore what you see with the naked eye on the screen. My thing is this. If you guys are doing a traffic stop, normally police in certain cases in Jamaica, as wrong as it might be, and they really want to make sure that persons comply, them take away the keys from out of the ignition of the driver. It has happened many times. Many times it has happened. They take away the keys out of the ignition. So what you tell me, sir? What you try to tell me, sir? The man them get brand new. Ah, yes, no, you see, this is important. You see, I'm glad, hey, God always work it out, Father God, big up yourself. You are the greatest. And there's no doubt about that. There's something that I forgot that I needed to do, and I just remembered. So I'm going to do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Yeah. Alright. Let me. Whoa. Whoa. Thank God say speaker. His speaker losing power. That would have been so loud a while ago, man. Sheesh. Yo. You hear that? Take them out. Turn this back on. Alright. Amazing. Right. After that lady video that I played, I have to put it out here. Gotta put it out there. Tomorrow I might be busy, so we just make sure some have some do some work from tonight. And worse, we never go live today none at all. So, like I said, let everybody know so we're there. Alright, so guys, I'm live right now. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Turn up, let's go. Join me live right now. Alright. We go and play some of the that excerpt there. That constitution.
Former Secretary of State of the United States said,
Yep.
when you lose the democracy. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Billion. The money change that.
Yeah, some big things you can't reach yet. The bump up and the boom up. All right. Yeah, man. But we link up.
See Raleigh, I will bring it in. Yeah, Raleigh.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Loud and clear we are here, man. Good evening and welcome, sir.
Blessings.
Ralston, we just talked to the mayor of Savlamar, chairman of the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation.
Yeah.
And he told us that all they have gotten from the government, each councillor get $250,000. There are 14 councillors. Each one get $250,000 plus $500,000 to clean up. What can go, sir?
That can't do nothing. Yeah.
In the parish that was worse hit
Yeah,
by
man.
Category 5 hurricane.
Madness. That can't work. Wickedness.
Give us an update of what happened today in the Jamaican economy, brother.
Well, the Bank of Jamaica wanted to mop up 27 billion. The money change has pumped in 41 billion.
Wow.
Yep.
So the business people of Jamaica is just waiting on this free money.
Yeah,
I
man.
call it free money.
Yeah, man.
Because you have at your disposal $3 billion. And the commercial bank, what interest rate the commercial banks?
0.5 and 1%.
0.5% to 1%.
Yeah, man, and inflation is running at almost 7%.
But the Bank of Jamaica comes every week and they're giving what, 6%?
Yeah, man, 5.75 and 6%.
So when a man have $1 billion, a man just sit down and wait for that him not invest.
No, the same thing what the Prime Minister said, accused the Omar Davies of doing.
That is what this government is doing now, full time.
Yeah, man, and the fact of the matter is that Omar Davies ended up with 3% growth. They are minus 7.1.
But really, where is all this liquidity coming from? Where we get so much liquidity from to be
people have money from all kind of sources, underground money, bank, the business community with their money, the pension funds with their money, the insurance company.
Underground money. Hey.
Players with their money, the securities dealers with their money, all of their money they got in right.
So
That's the best game in town.
So nobody now have to build a new business.
No, they're
Nobody
not
now have to retool or uptool them business and upskill them workers.
No. So you can make money easily.
So very soon we'll be importing every God Almighty thing in Jamaica.
Yeah. Well, we almost do that right now. We import 2.2 billion in intermediate goods and raw materials, 2.1 billion in food. Yeah, almost 2 billion in oil. Yeah, we import everything. Trade deficit is over $5 billion, going into $6 billion.
So anyhow we get to a stage where ships stop come to Jamaica with dead for hungry.
With dead. Yeah, man, of course. There's no food security.
So there's no energy. Already?
No. I want you guys to imagine if there's no ships able to come to Jamaica. Let that sink in for a little bit. Imagine if the ships are locked off. You see like how the Strait of Hormuz is locked off? Imagine if no ships can come to Jamaica. Medicine, food, water, all the things that with them import, fuel, locked off. Because Jamaica is so dependent. We have no food security. Instead of pumping significant amount of money into the farmers, the coffee farmers has asked the government, for significant help, to increase productivity, and they have not answered the call. The help that the coffee farmers specifically asked for, they did not get it. And that's just one area.
There's no energy security. The man them not run the company. That I try to tell you is a supermarket them run. And a bankrupt supermarket. Them not run the company.
But no country can run so?
No production. A joke. And production are the most important things that we use. Your raw materials, your oil, your food. Joke.
What is our first quarter export?
Where would I get them numbers there?
Let me take a call. Caller, good evening. Welcome.
Even Colin.
Yes, sir.
Even Arston.
Yeah, man.
Arston be happy,
The man said if you're happy, say Arsenal with the Premier League.
Overjoyed the first time in 22 years, man. We always give myself.
Yeah, but Raleigh, up to a couple months ago, you're never confident.
No, that's why I'm telling man. That's why I'm telling man them say. That's why I'm telling man them say until we have the cup in our hand. Me now say yeah because we still do it over from the days of Arsene Wenger, and that we do. It's not defeat from the jaws of victory. We do that over and over. Yep.
Rasta them and know inside. Arsenal always beat themselves. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
You don't say, I try to be a good student, So you play some tapes since evening. I kind of didn't watch them from yesterday, but I'll ask some question.
Yeah.
Now, the bill, where them now, no, the report, where them now want for release, you see? Yeah. The case, the other case where them matched up with that are with Ian Hills.
Yes.
The Ian Hills case. Was the report released and then Ian carried to court?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No, listen this now. No, in this case, and this is a difference between the cases.
Hold on.
This one was not released.
Caller, hold on.
Yes.
But the court made a ruling on the Ian Hills case.
Yeah, but
hold on, man. It was the Ian Hills case that sent to the Parliament. Have nothing to do with this. And you release that report, you'll be acting within your purview.
You're right. All right, but here when I say no, Khalid, man.
Yeah.
No, in order to carry the case to court, you have to know what in the report.
Oh yes. No, but remember that when the Integrity Commission do them report, them send it. They would have sent it to FLA, They would have sent some of the findings to FLA for FLA to respond.
Good.
So Ian Hills. Can I read this aloud? Because I'm not familiar with the case. So more to get this case because it'll come up. I want to get some understanding of the Ian Hills case. You understand? I'm sure you guys would appreciate that because it can provide proper context. Zin? And it's not a long hour. 4 pages. It says in the Supreme Court for judicator of Jamaica in the Civil Division claim number 2009 HCF 0463 between Donovan Earl Hamilton, claimant, and Ian Hales, respondent. Miss Nesta Smith, let's refresh this. Why is it taking so long to read aloud? I don't understand. Let me just read it. Mr. Ned Smith for claimant instructed by Ernest Smith and is with claimant Mrs. Ernest Smith. Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Smith is that I don't understand what that is saying, but anyway. Ernest Smith and Ranford Braham, who appeared with Miss Smith, are avoidably absent. Mr. Abedab Dabdo for application respondent instructed by Mr. Gail Nelson and Company, with Mr. Gail Nelson and respondent Mr. K. Khalil Dado, who appears with Mr. Abe Dabdo, also unavoidably absent. Heard 17th of November 2009. Cav 4th of December 2009 in Chambers. Coram D. McIntosh J. Before the court is an application to strike out fixed date claims from filed by claimant on the 12th of October 2009. The claimant is seeking declaration pursuant to Section 44 of the Jamaican Constitution. The application is paragraph 14 of his affidavit averrs that on the 9th day of October 2009, his attorney obtained photocopies of documents filed in registry of the Supreme Court for which no date had been fixed, and immediately set about filing this application to have the matter struck out. It seems that application by his preempt strike was seeking to attack as the best form of defense and to induce the court to rush to judgment. He contends that the claim should be struck out for the following reasons: that the Supreme Court of Jamaica lack jurisdiction to hear the claim, that claim discloses no cause of action, that the claim is an abuse of process of the court, and that the claim, being substantially a claim which questions the election of a member of the House of Representatives, is not brought in accordance with provisions of Section 44 of the Constitution of Jamaica and in accordance with the Election Petition Act. The inherent power of the court at first instance, right? Peter, thank you for the repost. Selvan, big up. The inherent power of the court at first instance to strike out cases is one which could be exercised with great care and due diligence. It should only be done in the simplest case and those which are clear-cut cases of abuse of process. The exercise of this power is prima facie. Listen, I don't know these terminologies, these legal terminologies, so please forgive me. It says, I think it says prima facie, not encouraged by the Constitution, not in keeping with the main objectives of civil procedure, rules, and does not meet readily with the approval of the Court of Appellate Jurisdiction. It seems to this court that the power to strike out cannot be exercised when there are vexed, diverse, or serious issues of fact and or law to be decided. This court takes the common sense approach that when the matter engages the court for a day, with counsel making lengthy submissions and praying in 8 volumes of authority, the matter speaks for itself and begs for a hearing. If it is that this view is regarded as simplistic, one only has to look at the grounds of application and his reason for seeking the order in that application, which reads: the claimant is aware, or ought to have reasonably been aware, that the defense of the claim would involve complex legal issues, and that any application to strike out the claim would of itself involve complex legal issues. If that were not sufficient, in it is made even more explicit in paragraph 2 of that application, just how controversial the application regards the issue. The real mischief in this application is the attempt to oust the jurisdiction of the court by an implied suggestion that the statutory law supersedes the Constitution and is paramount law. This may well be a misguided idea driven by zeal. It must be clearly understood that the Constitution is the primary law of the land. It cannot be thought that a statute what is obliterates. No, it cannot be thought that a statute so obliterates the rights of the citizens to petition the court that that citizen cannot even bring his application to court. The Constitution gives the citizen the right to bring the petition before the court in any constitutional matter. It is for the court to decide whether the citizen should be allowed to go to the constitutional court. This right of the citizen to petition the court for constitutional redress has not been summarily aborted or abrogated by any statute. The court will dismiss the respondent's application with costs to the claimant to be taxed. If not agreed, leave to appeal grant to applications. Okay. That was when Supreme Court, 4 pages, need a release. So Hills was applying for judicial review. So this is there's an actual article that comes out here. Okay, let me read this. This will give some more context. This was May 20th, 2026. So I'm happy that they did this. Let me see.
Commentary, May 20th, 2026. Editorial Parliament dilutes its power. Updated 20 hours ago, 3-minute read. For the avoidance of doubt, this newspaper asked Jamaica's Parliament to clarify the circumstances in which it would feel obliged to prevent, within its chambers, the airing of or take action on a matter of public interest because the issue is before the courts. The 6-week delay by House Speaker Juliet Holness in tabling a report by the Integrity Commission, IC, on its investigation into allegations of improprieties at the Firearms Licensing Authority, FLA, is a live example of this question. News. This question. Ostensibly, Parliament has not acted because of the FLA's move to challenge the report's conclusions, classifying the matter as sub judice. While Jamaica's final court has not pronounced definitively on the issue, it appears on its face to be a broadly settled matter, including in this jurisdiction, that courts have no role in how Parliament conducts its internal affairs. Indeed, the issue was ventilated 3 years ago by Justice Lorna Shelley Williams in the Ian Hales case, a matter roughly analogous to the FLA's. In 2017...
You hear the lawyer? Justice Lorna Shelley Williams. Calligraphy, you just ask that question. You hear the lawyer? Alright, like and share the video, ladies and gentlemen.
In 2017, Mr. Hales, now a People's National Party legislator, went to court seeking judicial review to strike out findings by the then Office of the Contractor General, OSG, that he had engaged in conflicts of interest in property dealings while serving as a junior minister in the PNP's 2012 to 2016 administration. The OCG is one of 3 agencies whose functions were later assumed by the Integrity Commission. Mr. Hales obtained an injunction preventing the tabling of the report, causing the document to languish for 5 years until Justice Shelley Williams ruled, in December 2022, that his request for judicial review was without merit. She also held that there was no basis for a stay preventing the tabling of the report because, fundamentally, the courts have no such power.
Jamaica, when you hear that? That is the only thing that we need to know. You hear that? No, we don't need to hear anything else in this article, you know. The court said that we have no power. So what Mr. Golding was saying in Parliament the other day is that you guys are in no danger of violating the law. The ruling in Mr. Ian Hales' case proves that. It says the court has no power whatsoever to stop the tabling of the report. The tabling of the report by law, Jamaica. They are by law, they are in their legal merit to table the report. And I think I have to do a video on that. Honestly, because this is ridiculous. Just for the people, I have to do a video on that. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo V and we're in this space again. And recently, Mark Golding, I had posted the video already, you guys. If you haven't seen it, go and look at it. And Mark Golding was very upset that they did not table the report in the House of Parliament of the FLA report. And the argument from the government, you saw the argument. But let me take you to an article in the Gleaner that pretty much validates what Mr. Golding was said based off the evidence. So you guys can get a better context of what Mark Golding was really talking about and show you how deceptive the Jamaica Labour Party is in their dealings, ladies and gentlemen. Floyd Green should be ashamed of himself. Listen to this. Just listen to this.
Editorial Parliament dilutes its power. Updated 20 hours ago, 3-minute read. For the avoidance of doubt, this newspaper asked Jamaica's Parliament to clarify the circumstances in which it would feel obliged to prevent, within its chambers, the airing of or take action on a matter of public interest because the issue is before the courts. The 6-week delay by House Speaker Juliette Holness in tabling a report by the Integrity Commission, IC, on its investigation into allegations of improprieties at the Firearms Licensing Authority, FLA, is a live example of this question. Ostensibly, Parliament has not acted because of the FLA's move to challenge the report's conclusions, classifying the matter as sub judice. While Jamaica's final court has not pronounced definitively on the issue, it appears on its face to be a broadly settled matter, including in this jurisdiction, that courts have no role in how Parliament conducts its internal affairs. Indeed, the issue was ventilated 3 years ago by Justice Lorna Shelley Williams in the Ian Hales case, a matter roughly analogous to the FLA's. In 2017, Mr. Hales, now a People's National Party legislator, went to court seeking judicial review to strike out findings by the then Office of the Contractor General, OSG, that he had engaged in conflicts of interest in property dealings while serving as a junior minister in the PNP's 2012 to 2016 administration. The OCG is one of 3 agencies whose functions were later assumed by the Integrity Commission. Mr. Hales obtained an injunction preventing the tabling of the report, causing the document to languish for 5 years until Justice Shelley Williams ruled, in December 2022, that his request for judicial review was without merit. She also held that there was no basis for a stay preventing the tabling of the report because, fundamentally, the courts have no such power.
Jamaica, we have to pause right there because this is the essence of what Mark Bowling was saying. Yes, Mr. Hales is a PMP. Yes, he took it to the court to prevent the tabling of a report, and it stood there for 5 years without being tabled. And the court ruled that in these cases of holding reports, the court has no power to stop the tabling of the report. Therein then, the House of Representatives, led by the Speaker, is not in any danger of any legal problems if they table the report. No problems at all. Because the court does not hold the jurisdiction to even prevent it from being tabled. Not because it's sub judice doesn't mean anything. It has to be tabled, Jamaica. And any further delay of the tabling of this report only exposes more questions of suspicion around the Speaker of the House, because this is not the first time. This is not the first time we've had an issue with the tabling of reports, especially when the Jamaica Labour Party members' name is being called in those reports. Because don't get it twisted, you know. They know exactly what is in the report because they have read it. Because they have to review it before it's tabled. That's how it's run. So you have to ask yourself, what is it in this FLA report that is so damning that the Jamaica Labour Party MP, Juliet Ones, because she said she had MP first and then she has Speaker of the House. What is it about this FLA report why she is not tabling the report? And it's from May 30th. From May 30th, Jamaica. It's been a month now. So what are you saying to me? The FLA report is going to languish there for 5 years, 10 years, just like the ENA's report, when we have already gone through the courts and made it clear that this should never happen. The court does not have any jurisdiction over the tabling of reports. So let us put it into context, ladies and gentlemen. The Jamaica Labour Party has decided that they are not tabling the report. It's not because it's sub judice. They have just decided that they're not going to table it. And you can speculate about all the negative things. Just run wild with all the negative things, why they really don't want this report to be tabled. And I'm sure you're going to come up with an accurate answer in your speculation. Just run wild with it, man. Let's have an online session about what the possible reason for the Jamaica Labour Party for not wanting to table this report. Is it because of this? Is it because of that? Is it because of this? And I'm sure we're going to come with some correct answer at some point throughout that speculation. But I think the conversation needs to be had online, and I'm asking you to have it in the comment section of this video. Just let me read this paragraph again. Mr. Hales obtained an injunction preventing the tabling of the report, causing the document to languish for 5 years until Justice Shelley Williams ruled December 2022, right, 2022, that his request for judicial review was without merit. She also held that there was no basis for a stay preventing the tabling of the report because fundamentally the court has no such power. So here we go on. FLA cannot sue the government, you know, for tabling the report. You know. As a matter of fact, we need to sue the Parliament for not carrying out the Integrity Commission Act, which is a law. Once the report reaches the Speaker and the relevant individuals, it's supposed to be tabled as soon as possible. There's nothing preventing it from being tabled. No court order, nothing. So they are the one that is holding up democracy and due process and transparency and accountability. Period. Mr. Golden was absolutely right in his characterization of what is actually taking place. Go ahead, I have the video up. if those who have not seen it. You understand? And if you want to see it, let me refer the video to you. All right, let's continue with the article.
Justice Shelley Williams stated in her judgment, the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate would have been acting intra vires by tabling the report submitted to it by the OCG. Their actions would be categorized as Parliament conducting its internal affairs and, as such, would be immune from the jurisdiction of the court. I find that the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate were improperly joined to the application.
So there it is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Jensek and Marky, well, that should be Marky G. I have to change that. 1-2 punch knocks out all narratives and lies, right? Told about the NSG funds, extraction, and more. But in this video, a gigantic hypocrite exposed. I believe this is the video. Hold on. I don't want to tell any lies, no man. No, this is my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. I believe this is the video right here.
My granddad is doing 7 minutes.
I believe this is the video where he stood up and asked about no. Yo, what the hell is wrong with me, man? Let me get it right here. Let me get it right. Let me get it right, Jamaica. I think this is where he walked out of the parliament.
Speaker, that is our position. Thank you.
All right, so that is
Ladies and gentlemen,
that is not it. That is not it at all. Oh, this is it. Yes, I just found it, guys. Suppressing democracy. This is the video. If you haven't watched that video yet, please go ahead. This video right here, suppressing democracy. Yeah, man. Big clash with Mark Golding and Fly Green in Parliament. Yeah, man. This video was a day ago. So this is the video where I went in and exposed that. Let's continue with the article.
Application for leave as interested parties. Under the Integrity Commission Act, the IC cannot speak about its investigations until reports are tabled in Parliament. However, in recent times, the Commission has begun disclosing when reports are submitted without providing details. The Gleaner independently learned that the report delivered to Parliament on March 30th related to the FLA. Parliament did not specifically acknowledge receipt of the document, but confirmed that it had been informed by the FLA's lawyers that the authority had applied for judicial review, including injunctive relief and related orders pertaining to a report prepared by the Integrity Commission.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, the FLA is doing the same thing. What's up, Michelle? The FLA is doing the same thing that Ian Hales did. There was already a ruling on it. A judicial review will not stand in the court. They don't have the authority to do it. So the House of Parliament is not in danger of any legal breaches. They are within their rights to table the report immediately after the report has been filed, ladies and gentlemen. By law, they are supposed to do it. So when you see them not do it, it's because they don't want to do it. And they have to come to us and tell us why they do. The reason that they have given us is not the reason. Because Mark Golding clearly debunked that. And that's why he was upset. Mark Golding walked out of Parliament at that point. Rightfully so. All of you talking about Mark Golding is soft. Well, una see the dark side of Mark Golding, pun intended. You understand? This man is not no soft man. He's not going to tolerate disrespect. And it's a slap in the face of his intelligence. Because the evidence is clear. And I just presented it, and we're going to go on even more.
Commission. In light of those active judicial proceedings, the matter is presently sub judice, and it would be inappropriate for the Houses of Parliament to make any substantive comment or take action in respect of the report while the matter remains before the court.
Jamaica, it's not inappropriate. As a matter of fact, it's not illegal. It's not illegal. They are well within their right. So this argument about inappropriate, nonsense. Nonsense, Jamaica. Let's continue.
Parliament told the Gleaner. Notably, Parliament did not indicate that it had received any ruling or directive from a court or judge relating to the FLA matter. On its face, Parliament acted on its own initiative.
You hear that? The government did not get any order from the court, so they are not bounded by law to not table the report. As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. They are bounded by law to table the report. And they have failed in their dereliction of duty. The House Speaker has to answer for this. And there has to be some sanction. Moving forward, there's going to be some different rules. Now, God is going to shake up this country. I'm telling you.
This raises several red flags. It recalls Speaker Holness' ill-advised attempt in 2023 to introduce a regime that would have slowed the tabling of IC reports, widely interpreted as an effort to avoid politically embarrassing disclosures. It also draws attention to the typically slow pace at which cases move through Jamaica's courts, increasing the likelihood that accountability will be undermined by delay and public forgetfulness. Perhaps most troubling, this approach risks opening a Pandora's box for individuals subject to adverse findings in reports submitted to Parliament. On even the flimsiest pretext, they could use court filings to trigger Parliament's self-imposed sub judice restraint. In her judgment, Justice Shelley Williams highlighted sections 48 and 51 of Jamaica's Constitution, which respectively grant Parliament authority to determine its privileges, immunities, and powers, and permit each house to regulate its own procedures through standing orders.
Jamaica, want to hear that? Again, the government is the highest outside of the other court of law, the Privy Council. The government is the highest court. In this instance where this particular ruling is concerned. So, I mean, Mr. Philip Powell said it today in Parliament, and Mr. Omar Newell was being challenged, talking about out of order and one bag of nonsense, right? Because he mentioned the Bengal situation tied in with the Nara. You understand, right?
Consistent with the Constitution, each chamber has its own standing orders governing how it conducts its business. The question is whether the tabling of the report from the Contractor General falls within the category of business in a sitting, and as such would not be subject to the jurisdiction of the court, she asked. Her answer was an emphatic yes. Indeed, Justice Shelley Williams cited several authorities on the issue, including a 1994 Privy Council ruling in a case from the Bahamas. The courts will not allow any challenge to be made to what is said or done within the walls of Parliament in performance of its legislative functions. In the FLA matter, Jamaica's Parliament acted at its own discretion. The question is whether the Speaker properly exercised that discretion. Many will say no.
Jamaica, want to hear that? This is Justice Shelley Williams, you know. The question is whether the Parliament discretion was justified. Was it the proper discretion? And she said many will say no, and I say no. What say you? Jamaica, they are not bounded by any law. That's all I want to establish. They can table the report if they want. They don't want to table the report. Let that sink in. Alright, let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. These people, man, I'm telling you. Wow. Alright. Let's move on. Yes, let's move on. I'm glad I caught that, though. I'm glad I caught that. Mystic. Why Mystic? May I tell us a Mystic? Hey, Mystic was on fire. You have to highlight this. No, man. Mystic sensation. last night. Oh my goodness. Whoa. That was man. What he read, oh my God. We're gonna go into it, ladies and gentlemen. That is too powerful to leave alone. I'm sorry. Oh no. We got to talk about that one.
Our central government, you know.
Go back on his own word when he was opposing here.
Indeed, 2026 is indeed an image and you want
Company Integrity Commission.
democracy and the high level.
Yeah. No, them don't have a
That will expose members of parliament, including your husband, for their corruption. And this must stop, my brother. It can't. The country can't run some. Nothing can go.
and support Mr. Holness and the commissioner in killing them with impunity. The amount of poor people picnic that has died in the last 2 years without trial. Police becomes the judge, the jury,
and the executioner. Andrea, what's up? Hey, Alethea, how you doing, sweetheart?
And the reading in Isaiah this morning, you know what line that just struck me again? All of this happened and nobody protested. The innocent killing in Isaiah that took place led him like a lamb to the slaughter. Kill the innocent. Isaiah said all of this took place and nobody protested. Where is the church?
Unknownly, bro. How you doing, baby?
Where is the church that has come to declare life? Religion sometimes is used to deny access to the majority, access to life. What we see operating is a deliberate attempt to deny access to life, because all of these veils are set up as life denying implements. Now I keep saying before we write off them boys, we say them done dead already, and support Mr. Holness and the commissioner in killing them with impunity. The amount of poor people picnic that has died in the last 2 years without trial. Police becomes the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And the reading in Isaiah this morning, you know what line that just struck me again? All of this happened and nobody protested.
Because we are going to touch the nerve center tonight.
Let us touch the nerve center. I'm going to mute my mic. Me need an order. Me need an order.
We say them done dead already.
Yeah, me need an order.
And support Mr. Holness and the commissioner in killing them with impunity. The amount of poor people picnic that has died in the last 2 years without trial. Police becomes the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And the reading in Isaiah this morning, you know what line that just struck me again? All of this happened and nobody protested. The innocent killing in Isaiah that took place led him like a lamb to the slaughter. Kill the innocent. Isaiah said all of this took place and nobody protested.
Nobody.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Where is the church? Where is the church that has come to declare life? Religion sometimes is used to deny access to the majority, access to life.
Nerida,
what
what's
we
up?
see operating is a deliberate attempt to deny access to life, because all of these veils are set up as life denying implements. Now I keep saying before we write off them boys, we say them done dead already, and support Mr. Holness and the commissioner in killing them with impunity. The amount of poor people picnic that has died in the last 2 years without trial. Police becomes the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And the reading in Isaiah this morning, you know what line that just struck me again? All of this happened and nobody protested. The innocent killing in Isaiah that took place led him like a lamb to the slaughter. Kill the innocent. Isaiah said all of this took place and nobody protested. Where is the church? Where is the church?
Whoa. 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 Where's the church? Make sure I send that video there to myself so we can extract the audio. Do I have an audio extract on this phone? I'm not even certain. Let me see if I have an audio extract on this phone. I do. Amazing. Anyway, let's move on. I needed that. Needed that, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the reason why we show the closed caption clip that are turning the comment on. Let me tell you the position that the victim, you can't, because myself was a police officer, and I'm going to have an
Right, this one. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, Lataya Buju Bolgi, rest in peace, has sparked a lot of conversation online, and it's important that the conversation continues because we have seen so many innocent Jamaicans has lost their lives by the hands of the police. And we have seen so many Jamaicans, period. It's very alarming. You can argue whether they are innocent or not. But I can tell you, we had the fortune or misfortune. You can look at it both ways of video evidence of this lady's life being taken by the hands of brutally dealt with, even after what appeared to be her death. We don't know if she died instantly. The way how they dealt with her body afterwards could have led to more trauma, and any chance of her surviving that ordeal would have been destroyed. People can make that argument, yes, and they would be justified in making that argument. However, Mystic Sensation, I encourage you guys to go and support Mystic Sensation. He read something from a law enforcement officer, and I think it's important that I share this, and it's in response to what took place in that video. So I want you guys to listen very carefully to this, and then I'll come back and give you my thoughts on it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look into this.
Why is the sensation show that the police exercise all the caution in terms of preserving life?
Donna, me see you know. Me see you go on yourself a night time. What's up, Alethea? Or Althea, big up.
And I'm going to break in bubbles.
Big up.
You can't. Because myself was a police officer. And I'm going to have an expert detective. You can't claim that the victim was going to use the vehicle to commit harm. Let me tell you the position where you fire from. You fire from what we call a diagonal position. Simple means that the victim was turning the vehicle away from you. So any big bomber, George Davis, NNN, or anyone who want to have that as a defense tonight, Mystic Sensation is going to debunk that. This is the reason why we show the closed caption clip that the victim was moving away from the police officer. The police officer fired from a diagonal position. Simple means you're totally out of danger. And you fired from a diagonal position. So you were not in any danger. As it relates to your line of defense, saying that your life was in danger, it's clear as daylight that your life was not in danger. We have evidence. We have evidence that the victim was targeted. We have evidence that that team of police officers went specifically for her and executed because she was about to involve in a demonstration, a protest against the killing of a 17-year-old. We have all the evidence. So any evidence that any sort of protection that any police is trying to give you, we are debunking that tonight. You must go to prison. We show clearly, which is going to be established in the court, that the vehicle, you were in front of the vehicle. And when the driver engaged, which is the victim, she turned to the right, moving away from you. And so then you fired from a diagonal position.
Yep.
Simply means you were not
in danger. Mighty God.
Now, I am going to show Jamaica as it relates to senior member of the police.
Jamaica, did you guys hear that? The fact that the police shot the lady, Juanita, big up. the fact that the police shot the lady from a diagonal position, it shows that the report saying that she tried to run him over, null and void. And this is an ex-police talking, and he's an investigator as well. So, let's get into it.
It's for to show Jamaica, not in danger. Now, I am going to show Jamaica, as it relates to senior member of the police force who sent.
Like and share, guys, like and share.
And one of the reasons why I'm going to put it up, because I don't want people to believe that, okay, all right, Mystic Sensation is making up
Hi, Alicia.
something, right? I am going to show that it was sent to me by senior police officers. Senior police officers. And this is what they are saying. So, put up that on it. And I'm going to read from my phone because it is long. And let me say to you, right?
Good enough.
I just want to have this there to say that it was sent to me. Here it is forwarded, right? As a farmer certified. So let me read from my phone because everything is on my phone. I just take that to show the evidence that was sent to me. Now let me read. So Mr. Officer, anywhere you are, I want you to listen to this. And all of them would try to plan, right? And all of them would try to build a story as it relates to the number 3 that you have executed. That story cannot be built. Mystic Sensation is going to break it down tonight and put it to pieces.
Wow.
Now let me read. As a former certified detective forensic crime scene investigator who was assigned to the technical services branch of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, I am deeply concerned and troubled by what I saw circulating online, where a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force fatally shot and killed a woman in the tourist capital of Montego Bay, Jamaica. I did an analysis of the video evidence and chose to share my findings publicly. Without prejudice, and note A, forensic crime scene detective is an expert witness in the courts of law in Jamaica. The language is in keeping with my training and experience in investigating homicide scenes, inclusive of suspected suicides and police fatal incidents. Let us go through, right, forensic analysis and expert witness report, critical investigative deconstruction of the Granville Road extrajudicial execution, date May 18, 2026, prepared by former forensic crime scene investigator detective. Let us go through the detail. As I said, you will not see the points that he made. I have the points on my phone. I just want to show the evidence. Point number 1, the mechanics of premeditation and manufactured jeopardy. The video evidence completely invalidates any claim of a self-defense or justifiable use of lethal force by the state actors involved, which is the police officer. From a tactical and forensic standpoint, this incident was...
Let us rewind that and make the people at the back of the class listen again. This is somebody that is a forensic expert that examined the tape. The man said the tape, or the individual said the tape invalidates any claim of self-defense. Mighty God. So that means I have a little bit of sense. That means I have a little bit of sense because I'm not the professional enough. When I saw the video, I said, but she turned with the vehicle. It is obvious. The vehicle turned away. When I heard the report, the report from the police, I said, oh my God, these people are barefaced. Let's listen to that again, Jamaica.
Manufactured jeopardy. The video evidence completely invalidates any claim of a self-defense or justifiable use of lethal force by the state actors involved, which is the police officer. From a tactical and forensic standpoint, this incident was not a fluid, high-risk traffic enforcement stop. It was a coordinated tactical entrapment designed to produce a fatal outcome. The police successfully cleared the vehicle.
Let's listen that again. Wow.
From a tactical and forensic standpoint, this incident was not a fluid, high-risk traffic enforcement stop. It was a coordinated tactical entrapment designed to produce a fatal outcome. The police successfully cleared the vehicle of all passengers, which we had seen that. We have the evidence.
The United Kingdom offers.
So, the forensic reporter is saying that they literally set it up. This was a trap. It was a trap. It was a kill box. I think they call it kill box in the game, in a games. It's a kill box. Who remember the movie with Terminator? The one that come from the future for eliminate the girl before a picnic even born. And them say they must set up a kill box for done the Terminator. Who remember? I watched that movie the other day, that's what I remember. So a similar thing you might describe here, so very interesting.
That to produce a fatal outcome. Its standpoint. This incident was not a fluid, high-risk traffic enforcement stop. It was a coordinated tactical entrapment designed to produce a fatal outcome. The police successfully cleared the vehicle of all passengers, which we had seen that. We have the evidence. Completely isolating the female driver. This demonstrates that the officers possess total control over the immediate human landscape prior to application of lethal force. As the vehicle attempts to navigate away, as I mentioned, let me reread that over. As the vehicle attempts to navigate away, an officer deliberately maneuvers his body directly into its path. And actually, in forensic pathology and accident reconstruction, this specific maneuver is classified as the intentional manufacturing of a deadly threat. This is a calculated tactical fraud. Standard police doctrine dictates that you do not step in front of a moving vehicle to stop it. You step away to preserve life and maintain a tactical advantage. Stepping onto the
something is not right. Tell about them.
An accident reconstruction, this specific maneuver is classified as the intentional manufacturing of a deadly threat. This,
according to what he's reading from the professional, what the police officers did in the last part where that lady ended her life was a intentional manufacturing of to make it appear as if his life was in danger. Wow, let me play that again. You can't, wow.
And actually, in forensic pathology and accident reconstruction, this specific maneuver is classified as the intentional manufacturing of a deadly threat. This is a calculated tactical fraud. Standard police
a calculated tactical fraud. You see why body-worn cameras is important, ladies and gentlemen? So we can pick up any calculated tactical fraud that is done by the police in Jamaica to set up people to unalive them. And I think we have seen many instances of it already. Some of them caught on camera, not known by the police that camera was there. So we need the body-worn cameras. As a matter of fact, I would take it a step further, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that the police should have secret cameras there needs to be, sorry about that TikTok, there needs to be cameras set up where on the vehicles that the police don't know about, that can see back and front. You see, wherever the vehicles are, it's recording. And you have a special part of the force that deals with that. Well, not a part of the force. It has to be independent of the police force. So every police vehicle should have cameras on them. At least 4. Minimum 2. You need camera where you can see 360. East, west, north, and south. Every angle. Wherever the police are operating, you'll be able to see what is going on. If the vehicle park and they move, go somewhere, you're able to see. And it can be used as a way to, if anybody should tamper with a police vehicle, then you can charge them. You understand what I'm saying? And you need persons that are watching those vehicles live. And those people that work in that special forces are armed needs to be independent. Even of Parliament. Yeah, man, special forces, man. To weed out the corrupt cops them. And also to lock up unscrupulous citizens of the country. No look a joke. Yeah, real talk. I am proposing that. Let's continue.
That should indicate that you do not speak of a deadly threat. This is a calculated tactical fraud. Standard police doctrine indicates that you do not step in front of a moving vehicle to stop it. You step away to preserve life and maintain a tactical advantage. Stepping onto the vehicle's line of travel is a deliberate act of provocation designed to engineer a fraudulent legal defense of fearing for one's life to justify deploying deadly force which you had done. But we have seen fired from a diagonal angle. This is a premeditated staging of the necessity to commit murder. Number 2, the forensic realities of murder and tactical execution. The discharge of a firearm into the cabin of that vehicle cannot be characterized under any legal framework as justifiable action. The weapon was fired at point-blank range into an enclosed cabin containing a trapped target, which is the victim. The driver posed no immediate...
A trapped target. A trapped target. This is, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just coming in, this is a forensic professional breaking down what took place in the video of Lataya Buju Bolkin. And all I'm hearing is that the police murdered the lady. No two ways about it. That's all we are hear. We don't hear nothing else. Listen to the points. Listen to the points.
Justifiable action. The weapon was fired at point-blank range into an enclosed cabin containing a trapped target, which is the victim. The driver posed no immediate asymmetrical threat of deadly force to the perimeter that was not actively manufactured by the officer's own positioning.
Porn addiction turns high IQ men into...
Wow.
Actively manufactured. The driver posed no immediate asymmetrical threat of deadly force to the perimeter that was not actively manufactured by the officer's own positioning. When a trained state actor intentionally creates a hazard, let me talk to you, officer, because I believe you're going to get to it, the 6th sense station, and make sure you got a prison. Remember me telling you. Now, when a trained state actor intentionally creates a hazard, refuses all de-escalation protocols, blocks avenues of escape, and deploys lethal force directly into an enclosed vehicle cabin, the forensic conclusion is singular, definitive, and absolute murder. Murder. Number 3, institutionalized desecration and systemic failure of medical protocol. The handling of the victim immediately following the shooting represent a grotesque, systemic breach of medical, legal, and humanitarian protocol. It is the brazen, wanton signature of an unchecked security force operating with total contempt for human life and legal accountability. State actors have no legal authority to pronounce death at a scene. You are not judge, jury, and executioner. Yet, the victim was dragged like dead weight from the driver's side, hoisted into the air, and thrown into the bed of a pickup truck, forcing a human being cargo bed and violently slamming the tailgate against her torso in full view of civilian women and children constitute an act of state terror. State terror. Furthermore, this represents a deliberate deprivation of medical care. Fairfield Hospital was approximately 7 minutes away, and Cornwall Regional was under 20 minutes away. No ambulance was summoned, and no trauma triage was attempted. Bypassing emergency medical services and dumping the body into a truck bed, the officers guaranteed that if the victim possessed even a fraction of a percent chance of survival, it was permanently extinguished.
100%.
Immediate spoliation of evidence and crime scene tampering. The absolute proof of criminal consciousness occurs within seconds of the execution. An officer is captured on camera immediately breaching and entering the driver's side of the vehicle. From a forensic crime scene perspective, this is the most damning behavior captured on tape. The vehicle is the primary crime scene. The weapons, the trajectory of the bullets, the biological evidence, and the interior content must remain completely undisturbed until independent forensic investigators seal the perimeter and document the state of the scene. That is what we call crime scene management. The immediate entry into the vehicle by a compromised state actor destroys the chain of custody instantly. This split-second breach was executed to control the narrative, either the physical landscape of the cabin or plant evidence. Any subsequent claim by the state that a weapon or contraband was discovered inside this vehicle is forensically invalid. The scene was corrupted by the perpetrators themselves before the blood was cold and the hard witness stands.
Jamaica, a clear breach of protocol was the almost immediate removal of the girl's body from the crime scene. So there, you can't get any. The way our body was positioned, everything. The forensic supposed to come there and do their work to say, all right, the shots came from this direction, it pierced here. So all of those details are important in an investigation. And we've seen this happen several times all over Jamaica. On camera, right? We have seen videos online. Whether the police know that persons are videoing or not, they unalive people and move their body immediately. And that was the first red flag for me over there. I was like, wait a minute. What kind of police procedure is this? I mean, we all watch what's the series called? You know, the investigative series where, you know, crime scene, CSI. We all watch CSI. I'm not saying that everything on CSI is legitimate facts, but the basics, right? In a crime scene, it has to be quarantined, and they go in there and they swab, they brush off dirt, they look for evidence, Jamaica, and they process the crime scene, and then the body is moved. Even the blood stain is marked, like pictures are taken, all of that, and they just remove this lady body. Mighty God.
Covered inside this vehicle is forensically invalid. The scene was corrupted by the perpetrators themselves before the blood was cold, and we all witnessed that on video.
Real time.
Analytical conclusion and demand for immediate criminal prosecution. This video does not require interpretation. It requires an immediate indictment. It stands as an undeniable objective recording of murder in plain sight. The flagrant disregard of forensic integrity. The casual dumping of a human bodies into cargo beds.
3 minutes each every morning, and
the casual dumping of a human bodies into cargo beds, and the total absence of operational restraint are the direct structural results of political rhetoric that both Crab and Andrew Owners had spoken about. That they will meet Jamaica. When the executive leadership of a nation publicly proclaims that citizens will meet their maker, street-level forces translate that directive into summary executions. Jamaica has officially collapsed into a police state, directed by an authoritarian regime where the uniform is utilized as a license to slaughter. Based strictly on the visual evidence, the broken chain of custody, the manufactured justification, and the deliberate denial of medical care, the forensic conclusion is absolute. The officer who fired the fatal shot, along with every accomplice who aided in the immediate contamination of the vehicle and the desecration of the victim's body, must be immediately arrested and charged with murder. We speak as it relates to Nikisha Bershel, Zulika Jess, Indicom, CVM Television, TVJ, Amnesty International, Office of the Prime Minister, the Bahamas, UK Prime Minister, Mark Carney official. We are speaking to you tonight. A plain murder that took place, that everyone witnessed as it relates to the contamination of the crime scene, the fabrication of a defense, while we all witnessed that the vehicle was moving away from the police officer. The police officer fired from a diagonal position. Number 3, one of our women of society, Andrew Owners administration, Oristra, is on a slow process to ensure genocide amongst the Israelites, the real Israelites. The training of the police force by Israel, and Israel who created the spyware to rob our election. Israel who training our so-called police force, who killing Palestine from left to right, executing the mayhem, the crisis in Jamaica. Andrew. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
Well, I have nothing to say now. That was pretty detailed. Very, very detailed. The verdict is in, and we're asking for timely justice in these cases. You know, the police is supposed to be different from the criminals. And when we have the police, them operating like criminals, they are worse than the criminals. Because they took an oath. They got a firearm from the government. We pay them, you know. Our tax dollars pay police, you know. Right? So what? We are paying the police to unalive innocent citizens. We the people here in Jamaica. That's what we're doing. And we are paying the government officials to defend the police and not defend the citizens of Jamaica as well. Jamaica is a dark hour in our time. I mean, the evidence is so clear. I'm just waiting on God to move accordingly as He said He would in regards to the corrupt individuals that are in high places and low places here in this country. And that is it. Big up Mystic Sensation. Please remember to go ahead and subscribe to his page, ladies and gentlemen, and go watch the full video. Alright? This was a banger. I think it was last night, May 19th. Late in the night he did it. So, yeah man, see you on the next one. Alright, so I needed to do that, get that out the way. Let me see what has been going on in the news. See what has been going on in the news, my people. What is this? TVJ. One hour ago, Sabrina Lane. And what is 39 students injured in a coastal bus crash left relatives worrying and chaos at the hospital. Jeez and peas. Jamaica, the warning them in terms of judgment on Jamaica is so much. I don't know, man. This was an hour ago. And so much news come out an hour ago. Sheesh. Let me play it.
Fridge, washing machine, and all your 110.
Welcome back to Primetime News.
And a special welcome to those of you watching on onespotmedia.com as well as TVJ International in the Cayman Islands.
Up first this evening, over 50 students were rushed to hospital after an accident in Clarendon.
The coastal bus they were traveling in to Gary Masaya High School hit two cars and then collided in a median along the Bustamante Highway.
The police say the bus was carrying more passengers than intended and the driver was driving recklessly.
Parents and relatives gathered at the gate, waiting to hear the names of children, eager to hear how they are doing. On the opposite side, nurses instead of teachers. The scene inside Mapen Hospital after an accident involving all of 39 students. Bandaged forehead, students being wheelchaired to and from the hallway. Utter chaos in accident and emergency. The students were traveling from Mapen to Garvey Masaya High School in this coaster bus. Now, this is what's left of it. The front warped out of shape, the doors barely hanging on. Seats inside left loose and leaning forward, suggesting how aggressively students were thrown from their seats, especially those who were not secure to begin with. TVJ News understands the coaster is meant to carry 28 people. Along the road, a section of the median now rubble. One parent who spoke with her newsroom off camera recalled how she heard of the incident.
I was at work and I got a call that my son is in an accident on the highway. I not even know if it's I'm on the phone, just me. Start crying and everything. It take a while to call my boss because she wasn't at work with us. You understand?
When she rushed to the hospital, it was a stunning sight. Too many students to count, too many injuries to notice, too many emotions to comprehend.
When I go inside here, like of children with brace around their neck. I don't even know if you tell her because there are so much.
After a while, she laid eyes on her son, and she could finally breathe.
But I wait a while to see him a while. You see, when I keep going, I saw that he have a swelling on his right eye, a scrape on his left hand, and he has a swelling on his right leg. And he says it is paining him.
According to investigators, the incident occurred minutes before 8 a.m. at a stoplight along Bustamante Highway. The bus slammed in two cars and later collided into the median. The mother spoke to the driver at the hospital.
I go over to him and I said, "Good morning, can you tell me what happened?" He said, "Mommy," and he said, "If you tell her, it's the brake failing me." And he said he can't do too much talking because he don't want to block out.
Another parent said the bus was a regular mode of transport for school children.
It's a regular bus, yes. It's a regular bus most kids takes. But I'm not going to tell you any lie. I went on that bus before and the condition how I saw the driver, I never like it.
Up to press time, some students were treated and released. Ramar Lyons, TVJ News.
Boy, may I tell you, Jamaica, all I warnings them from the prophet them. So I encourage you to listen, you know. I play them on my platform all the time. All the time. If you them not covered, I tell you, if you not covered, anything liable for happen. Chaos. Chaos, Jamaica. Jamaica on a serious judgment. Too much witchcraft, too much nastiness in the country. Operating in the country. Too much. Lady G, what's up? Too much, Jamaica. I'm sorry for my shirt and the white and all of that. We can't do nothing about that right now, man. Sometimes I'm sorry so I couldn't put one black thing at the bottom there, so. Right? They should have given me an opportunity to black out the bottom part so we can actually see the comment them. Yeah, Carol, I'm telling you, it's just a pure nastiness. People them involved in all type of thing, a drink, all type of high levels of witchcraft. And we played the video earlier, it is above the nostrils of God. The stench of Jamaica. Immorality, unrighteousness, evil and wicked. It's just too much. It's absolutely too much. It's just too much. I need to that video that my mom sent me. I need to post it, you know. But there's multiple things I see a while ago. that I have to talk about that's in the news. The news is very, very festive. There's a bunch of things going on all at the same time. All of these releases came out one time. And then there's no the antivirus argument. You need to hear that. You need to put that out from the professionals. Now let's speak much on it, just I believe it to what they are saying and so people can hear. Mr. Dr. Alfred Dawes also put out a video. Yo, I literally was wondering who this chick was on Instagram. Yo, I don't want a girl that loves Instagram. Instagram come like have some powers over a female then. Any girl that is obsessed over Instagram and social media overall, public PG, what's up? Any girl that is obsessed over Instagram, I don't want nothing to do with them, bro. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Personally, in terms of me engaging with a female like that, personally, it would not happen. I'm sorry. And I'm not sorry. You just forward on the app, pick up yourself, man. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. The unfiltered video. Yes. I did not put that out yet. You remind me now. I saw it on the PMP YouTube website. So I have to incorporate that in one of my videos. Definitely. Let me look for it right now. Zine. But 39 children in Jamaica. I haven't listened to it in its full capacity because when I woke up, so you're gonna hear my raw reaction right now. And public PG is Miss Peter Gay Ferguson from the PMPYO, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you go and follow her. You understand? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, yeah, I definitely have to go over this. This is very important. This conversation is very important. So I have to go over this. I have to react to this. There we go. Boom. That is it. Ready up. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo V, and now we're in the space one more time with another reaction. This is Lady Peter Gay Ferguson from the PMPYO with another episode of Unfiltered. You know, the unfiltered truth. And of course, you know, it's something that I encourage you guys to make sure if you have missed a series, go ahead and check her out. You understand? And on TikTok, you can find her at Publicly PG on TikTok. Let's listen to what she has to say in this particular one right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to Unfiltered. I'm Peter Gay Ferguson. You know, there's a quote by Marcus Garvey that says, "A people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." And honestly, Jamaica, I think that quote perfectly captures the political moment we're living in right now. Because too many people are depending on others having short-term memory and on selective outrage, hoping that if they repeat something loudly enough and long enough, Jamaicans will forget the actual history of this country. Actually, there is a line in Bob Marley's iconic song, Redemption Song, and it says, "You can fool some people some of the times, but you can't fool all the people all the time." And that is why we're going to talk about patterns. Real patterns. Not propaganda, not performance, not political theater. Facts. Make a good night. I've been reflecting on how far we've come as a nation, with much farther still to go, of course. And I could not help but agree that yes, we absolutely do have a pattern in the People's National Party. Just perhaps not the pattern they hope Jamaicans would believe. But no surprise here, selective memory and revisionism have long been tools of some JLP operatives. Because while some people prefer to break the rules by popping bottles on no movement days during the COVID...
Yo. Yeah, man. Yeah, Peter Gay came up with the gauntlet in this episode, ladies and gentlemen. I already know where this is going. And it needs to be said. I am so sick and tired of persons talking about the PNP and the JLP is the same thing. Oh my God, the two of them are criminal, the two of them are thieves. Stop it. Listen, at one point in time, I've said this many times, you could argue that point to an extent. But one thief with spoon and one thief with shovel, Jamaica. In every organization, you're going to have unscrupulous people. How do you judge the organization? The way how they respond when persons are caught being unscrupulous. This is why we don't trust Kevin Blake, you know. This is why we don't trust Andrew Onis, you know. This is why we don't trust Horace Chang, you know. Because they want to PR what people are seeing the police doing. But it's a pattern of behavior that we're talking about. So let's hear Unfiltered on the pattern of behavior of the People's National Party versus the PNP.
Some people prefer to break the rules by popping bottles on no movement days during the COVID-19 pandemic. The PNP spent decades breaking barriers for Jamaican women and families. That is the pattern. Did you know the PNP gave Jamaica its first and to this day only female prime minister and political party president, or Mama P? Yes, I'm talking about the most honorable Portia Lucretia Simpson Miller. And before anybody dismisses that as symbolic, representation matters. I still remember that afternoon of Thursday, March 30, 2006, like it was yesterday. The day the Honorable Portia Lucretia Simpson Miller became Jamaica's first female prime minister. That little girl from Woodall in rural St. Catherine became an inspiration to this other little girl, also from rural St. Catherine, who suddenly realized that she too could dream beyond limitations, that she too could serve her country at the highest levels if she so desired. For many Jamaicans...
No, it is very significant, ladies and gentlemen, what she's talking about. We inspire each other. And I'm certain that Mama P inspired a lot of women. A lot of women in Jamaica. Facts. It's unfortunate that she was the person that actually went in at the most vulnerable time in our history, especially economically. And I think the Jamaican people, they disrespected Mama P. Well, there were some things in regards to prophecy and, you know, the word, you know, doing God's will and stuff like that. But the people itself, I don't think they appreciated Mama P enough for what she did in those 4 years, 5 years. I really don't think they appreciate her enough. She's not perfect, you know. Like I said, there are some prophetic things and so forth, spiritual wise and, you know, deep things. But in terms of what she did for this country, I'm telling you, we need to hear the lady better. Real talk, no joke.
Girls and women, the Honorable Portia Simpson Miller shattered the glass ceiling. We heard the chants of a woman time now. She made us believe that the impossible was possible too. That matters. Little girls being able to see themselves in leadership matters. Women occupying the highest office in the land matters. And the pattern did not stop there. Did you know there was a time when women in Jamaica had far fewer workplace protections and significantly less institutional support? Pregnant women could not get paid time off from work to have their babies and recover. Men were significantly being paid more than women to do the same jobs. Under the leadership of the Honorable Michael Manley during the 1970s, the PNP introduced maternity leave protections and introduced the Employment Equal Pay for Men and Women Act of 1975.
Jamaica, I want to ask you the question. What has Andrew Honest done that is generationally impactful? What has he done? Wagwan, I am redeemed. What has Andrew Honest done that is generationally impactful to the citizens of Jamaica? Please, somebody, one labor right, were educated. That don't tell lie. That might be a problem. But me I ask one on. Please tell me what Andrew Honest has done that is generationally impactful. Do you know how impactful that is? That one little thing, and it's not a little thing, but it seems like a little thing to some people. But please, when you say Clark's God, that's funny. I say Clark. You might say Clark's God. Oh my God, yo, you funny. Dana said Clark's God. Dana, you funny, but I don't know what Andrew Honest has done that is generationally impactful as a leader for 10 years. I don't know of anything. I'm sorry. Let's continue.
And that strengthened equal pay provisions for women. Not because it was politically fashionable, not because the media demanded it, but because the government recognized that women deserve dignity, fairness, and economic protection in the workplace. That is policy. That is governance. That is the formation of a pattern. Did you know there was a...
Before she go on to the next point, I have to say this. That was so disrespectful as a nation, as a society, for a woman to be engaged in one of the most important jobs in life, which is to carry forth a child safely into this world. The future potential of a nation in every womb. And she's working, and then you guys don't protect her in terms of financially. Like what? Who came? That is the level of abuse and evil that was. Why that was even a thing, I don't even understand. Like, that's terrible, bro. That is terrible. I'm sorry. That is terrible.
Is the formation of a pattern. Did you know there was a time in Jamaica when children born outside of marriage were legally treated differently from other children? Yes. A time when opportunities could literally be determined by whether your parents are married. A time when some children face discrimination in access to certain traditional high schools and broader social opportunities because they were labeled illegitimate or as bastards under the law. That was Jamaica. And it was under Prime Minister Michael Manley and the PNP government that the Status of Children Act was passed in 1976, abolishing the old Bastardy Act. As Struggle Martin said, no bastard, no day again, everyone lawful. That legislation fundamentally changed the lives of thousands of Jamaican children. It recognized that no child should suffer because of the circumstances of their birth. That...
Jamaica, this is another generational, impactful policy. Yes, like you said, slavery. A lot of people hated Michael Manley for this, because they were of the bougie class and they believed that they were better than other people. So they didn't like this. And some of them still, their families still live in our community. The uptown people, not all of them still say no, but a lot of them still have that same mentality that they're better than other people because they have money and their names are of some status or something. You understand? So this is another, and this affected every single individual, whether you're PMP, JLP, or no P at all. What has Andrew Wallace done? I'm going to ask the question again. I want somebody to go and scrape and look at what has Andrew Wallace done that has generationally impactful, that positively affected every single Jamaican in Jamaica. Please let me know.
matters. You see the pattern yet? Did you know that Jamaica's Bureau of Women's Affairs, now the Bureau of Gender Affairs, was established in 1975 under the PNP administration of Michael Manley to ensure there was dedicated institutional support focused specifically on women's issues?
I did not know
Again, not symbolism, structure we are talking about. That is a pattern. Did you know the family court system was established under the PNP in the 1970s to create a more humane and specialized approach to family matters involving women and children? Or that under former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, the Property Rights of Spouses Act was passed in 2004, helping to expand protections and legal recognition for spouses, particularly women who had historically been left vulnerable in domestic arrangements? That law mattered to real Jamaican women, women who spent years helping to build homes, families, and partnerships, only to discover they had little legal standing when relationships ended. Again, that is the pattern, and the pattern continued beyond elected office. Under the PNP administration of Portia Simpson Miller, Jamaica appointed its first female Chief Justice, Zayla McCullough, in 2007. Again, barrier breaking. And while Beverly Manley was never an elected member of Parliament, let us not erase her contribution either. Beverly Manley was the wife of Prime Minister Michael Manley, and while serving as First Lady, she helped establish the Jamaica House Basic School, founded the PNP Women's Movement, and represented Jamaica internationally at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women and the Organization of American States. That is advocacy.
Jamaica. Can we, the things there a while ago before about Michael Manley and PJ, I didn't know those things. And I'm glad that Peter Gay had done this video. But I never knew about Michael Manley's wife either and what she contributed as the First Lady. Yo, can we ask the question about Judith Ones? What has Judith Ones done as First Lady that is impactful too? As even close to what this lady has done? What has she done? All she has done is been out in Parliament. That's it. That's her entire legacy. That is her entire legacy, Jamaica. That is her entire legacy. What has she done for the women? How has she represented the babies, the protection of children? Has she ever represented us internationally? In serious issues? Shout out to Michael Manley's wife. Mighty God. I never knew that. Let's continue.
That is and the Organization of American States. That is advocacy. That is institution building. That is service. And this is the other issue I have with this entire narrative, trying to dissect, trying to trivialize issues of gender by drawing forth that every criticism of the speaker is lazy and ultimately threatens seriousness of real gender issues in this country. Because what exactly are some of these operatives suggesting? That because the speaker is a woman, her conduct in Parliament should somehow be beyond questioning? That it should be ignored or dismissed? And if we're going down that road, one could just as easily ask,
you know, even if Peter Gay wasn't here, I would say this. Peter Gay, even if Peter Gay wasn't here on the TikTok live watching, I would say this. Yo, if I could see you, I would hug you and kiss you. Right on the cheek. Respectfully, of course. You see, these are the things that hurt me, you know. When females don't have this position, that not because you're a woman, you just get away with these things. No, you're supposed to act as a professional. I don't care about your gender. You get the work, you're qualified, I don't care about your gender. You're qualified, you do your work professionally, simple. If you're a plumber and you're a woman and you do the plumbing best, I'm going to hire you because you do it the best. I don't care if you're a female. That's how it's supposed to be if you want equality. Not true. That's how it go. Equality. Are you qualified? Yes. Come for the job. That's it. That's it. We don't need to have no other conversation. I don't care if you're a female, bro. And it's the same thing too with this thing about the police unaliving people. I want people to have the same energy when them unalive the local youth them. and analyze the men them. Just like the same NGO we have for Latoya, Buju, Bulgin. We want the same energy. All of them are lives and they are equal Jamaica. And I will forever stand on that hill. If we're talking about equality, it's simple. That is equality. Let's continue. Big up Peter Gay for that, man. Honestly, man.
Ignored or
Very
dismissed in
refreshing.
Parliament should
I
someone be
classic
beyond
40.
questioning? That it should be ignored or dismissed? And if we're going down that road, one could just as easily ask whether it is because Dr. Angela Brownberg is a woman why this particular matter is being given such attention in the first place. Certainly when Edmund Bartlett engaged in similar conduct, it did not generate the same level of outrage and condemnation by them. Was it okay when he...
So it's a double-edged sword, and she right, On one end, women are protected because they're women, and on the next end, women are vilified because they're women in certain position. She ain't lying. Beth, how you doing? That's a fact. She's right.
He ran out of Parliament with the mace. Accountability cannot suddenly become selective depending on who is involved politically. As Dr. Campbell himself suggested, and might I add, if it is beyond this current speaker to function as an impartial umpire, then perhaps it is time for Jamaica to seriously consider looking beyond those sitting in the upper and lower houses when appointing a Speaker of the House or President of the Senate. Because these positions are supposed to protect the integrity of the Parliament, not the interest of political parties.
That's right.
And let us be clear here, none of this means the PNP is beyond criticism. No political party should be. But if we're going to have honest conversations about women, justice, opportunity, and political legacy in Jamaica, then we cannot do it through selective memory and partisan convenience. Because history exists, records exist, policies exist, and yes, patterns exist. Patterns of expanding rights, patterns of reform, patterns of opening doors for women and children in this country. So if we're going to talk about the PNP and its relationship with women, then let us start with the facts. Let us start with history. And let us ensure that those trying to lecture others on morality and support for women actually have the moral standing to do so. Because Jamaicans are not fools. And while you may fool some people sometimes, you cannot fool all the people all the time.
Yes.
This is Unfiltered. I am Peter Gay Ferguson. See you next time.
Hey, man. Hey, listen. I'm giving that an A plus. The way how she crafted that in highlighting the pattern of the People's National Party, and how women are elevated in equal status. All of the the transformational policies by Michael Manley, PJ Patterson, the changes that Mama P made just by being in office, by becoming the first female to hold the highest office, and how that changed so much in the country and opened doors for other women. But it always started, and then to balance it off with the issue of the Speaker of the House, it's a perfect argument, ladies and gentlemen, and I do appreciate it, and I hope you appreciate it as well. I learned a few things from watching this, and I'm sure you learned something too, because you don't know, every day you learn. So big up Peter Gay Ferguson. She's doing an excellent job, and I want to encourage you guys to go and subscribe to Team PMP on YouTube. Yes, make sure you go subscribe. Sometimes we can't cover everything, so it is necessary that you guys subscribe to the platform so you guys can still be in tune with the information that is coming out. Follow Team PMP on all platforms. Team PMP Jamaica, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, everything. YouTube, follow them, ladies and gentlemen. And follow Peter Gay Ferguson on her account, publicly PG, on TikTok. Alright, let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Alright, I'll get the video up to 1,000 likes at least. Thank you. Alright, so we're gonna move on to the next clippings. I'm glad I got an opportunity to check that out. So let's get to the news, ladies and gentlemen, because a lot of things are popping off in the news, you know. Wow, it's a lot of things, and I'm gonna do one video and just highlight them quickly. Alright, so let me just take this off the screen. Okay, guys, so hi, how you doing again? It's your brother Bolo VNR. Please remember to hit the like button. There's a ton of things going on in the news simultaneously that is just impossible for me not to address. Let's get to Mr. Dr. Alfred Dawes on a health issue perspective here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let's look at this, shall we?
My very first contract that I signed as a member of parliament was for the NHT First 100 Schemes Legacy Project, where they would be coming
not
in.
The one, my bad. I apologize. That's not the one. The one about antivirus is the one I want to find. He did a video on antivirus. Where is it? Antivirus. Shoot.
I fear that we are losing our humanity.
Where is it? Yo, where's that video, man? Oh, I thought I saw a video with him on antivirus. He was talking about the antivirus, which is very important. You know, we don't hear a lot of information surrounding that situation and that context. But I guess I'm gonna go to TVJ then, because TVJ put out a small video and an update on a report. So, all right, so let's get to this, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. TVJ has put out some reports, and I want to
complaints from councillors in Manchester.
I want to peruse through that news, ladies and gentlemen. Let us start here.
Imagine being able to build anything. Just
imagine you stop sending these ads. Imagine you stop sending these ads, bro. Stop, man. Listen, all these damn ads, man. Jesus. Anyway, let's get into this. All right, the antivirus, very important.
Infection.
Hantavirus infection is a group of viral infections that can cause serious illness in humans. It mainly affects the lungs or kidneys, depending on the type of virus involved.
There are two large groups of this hantavirus. One which lives in Europe and
Why did it stop?
Asia, and another which lives in the Americas, called the Andes strain. The group which we see in Europe and Asia causes hemorrhagic fever, that is bleeding, and a renal syndrome, and which is very often fatal. The Andes strain, which is what we see in the West, causes respiratory illness and is very often also up to 50% fatal.
In the early stages, it can feel like a severe flu.
Fatigue, fever, muscle aches, headache, dizziness, chills, which, as you can see, overlap significantly with so many other disease profiles, including flu, COVID,
you're welcome.
Even leptospirosis. So diagnosis is difficult early on and requires a very high index of suspicion for a clinician to go ahead and do the tests in relation to this.
There is currently no specific cure, so treatment focuses on supportive medical care.
Prevention of hantavirus infection depends heavily on reducing any points of contact between people and these rodents. So keeping the home and the workplace clean, sealing off points of entry into the home, storing food securely, using safe practices in cleaning areas which may be contaminated by rodents, and avoid dry sweeping or vacuuming of rodent droppings, as breathing in of the droppings could result in infection. And of course, strengthening hand hygiene practices, which means washing hands, ensuring proper food sanitation.
With your health reports, I'm Shamela Pullen, wishing you good health.
Well, there you have it on that, which is very important. Tragedy. Well, this was tragic. Check out this report, ladies and gentlemen. Mighty God.
Welcome back to Primetime News.
And a special welcome to those of you watching on OneSpotMedia.com as well as TVJ International in the Cayman Islands.
Up first this evening, over 50 students were rushed to hospital after an accident in Clarendon.
The coaster bus they were traveling in to Garvey Masaya High School hit two cars and then collided in a median along the Bustamante Highway.
The police say the bus was carrying more passengers than intended and the driver was driving recklessly.
Crazy.
Parents and relatives gathered at a gate, waiting to hear the names of children, eager to hear how they are doing. On the opposite side, nurses instead of teachers. The scene inside Maypen Hospital after an accident involving all of 39 students. Bandaged forehead, students being wheelchaired to and from the hallway. Utter chaos in accident and emergency. The students were traveling from Maypen to Garvey Masaya High School in this coaster bus. Now, this is what's left of it. The front warped out of shape, the doors barely hanging on. Seats inside.
Yo, listen. That bus is total, you know, man. Even the side door, like where the door is, the metal itself looked like it cracked. The level of impact, like the stick, yo.
Left loose and leaning forward, suggesting how aggressively students were thrown from their seats, especially those who were not secure to begin with. TVJ News understands the coaster is meant to carry 28 people. Along the road, a section of the median now rubble. One parent who spoke with her newsroom off camera recalled how she heard of the incident.
I was at work and I got a call that my son is in an accident on the highway. I not even know if I'm on phone, trust me. Start crying and everything. It take a while to call my boss because she wasn't at work with us. You understand?
When she rushed to the hospital, it was a stunning sight. Too many students to count, too many injuries to notice, too many emotions to comprehend.
When I go inside here, a lot of children with brace around their neck. I don't even know if it feel because there are so much.
After a while, she laid eyes on her son, and she could finally breathe.
But I wait a while to see him, to see when I go in, I saw that he have a swelling on his right eye, a scrape on his left hand, and he has a swelling on his right leg. And he says it is paining him.
According to investigators, the incident occurred minutes before 8 a.m. at a stoplight along Bustamante Highway. The bus slammed in two cars and later collided into the median. The mother spoke to the driver at the hospital.
I go over to him and I said, "Good morning, can you tell me what happened?" He said, "Mommy," and he said, "If you tell her, it's the brake failed me." And he said he can't do too much talking because he don't want to black out.
Another parent said the bus was a regular mode of transport for school children.
It's a regular bus, yes. It's a regular bus most kids takes. But I'm not going to tell you any lie. I went on that bus before and the condition how I saw the driver, I never like it.
Up to press time, some students were treated and released. Ramar Lyons, TVJ News.
We are agriculture.
No, Jamaica. There's two ways I'm gonna attack this particular situation. First, pray for your children, cover your children. Alright? The prophetic word out there is clear, is absolutely clear of what is happening in this country spiritually. Secondly, it is important that the Jamaican government has a proper census as to how much persons actually live in Jamaica. Why is that important? Well, there needs to be a needs assessment where our healthcare facility is concerned, because we already know it's grossly inadequate, but how grossly inadequate, that we don't know, I believe. And the reason why I say that is this. Things like this can happen. Accidents can happen. 30 odd students rush to the hospital. Did the hospital have the amount of personnel needed to swiftly take care of the needs of these children? that were met in an accident, right? Did they have the right amount of equipment? Suppose the situations were even more severe, could they handle it? And I am not saying that they didn't. I'm saying these things do happen, and this is why it's important that we really focus on healthcare as a priority. Because you can eat well, you can exercise and all of that. What if you meet in an accident and you have a head concussion and you need a CT scan machine to save your life? Do they have a CT scan machine at this hospital? And do they have it in all hospitals? Because it could have happened anywhere. These are the questions and these are the concerns. Let's continue.
Ministry says it's closely monitoring the developments. It says of the students assessed, in the meantime, the Education Ministry says it's closely monitoring the developments. It says of the students assessed, 23 have been discharged, while 3 students have been admitted for further care and observation. The remaining students are currently receiving medical attention, including fluids, and are awaiting further review by medical staff. The Education Ministry says it has been in contact with the school administration and relevant authorities and will continue to monitor the situation closely. It also says support is being provided to ensure that students, parents, and guardians receive the necessary assistance during this time.
I hope that is true. And I would love for the parents to confirm that is true. 23 students discharged, that's a large number from the amount that was there, but it still leaves 16 students, 3 of them under more severe observation. We just have to pray, ladies and gentlemen. We just have to pray. All right? Could have been worse. Let's continue.
Complaints from councillors in Manchester this evening about the timeline for the completion of road repairs under the government's Spark program. At the monthly municipal corporation meeting, they said the work, which has started in some communities, is creating dust and nuisance and posing other issues, especially when it rains. Krista Campbell reports.
Dusty and muddy roads in several communities across Manchester are causing headaches for residents, both literally and figuratively. But signs of the start of road repairs that should bring relief instead spark rage. At the monthly Manchester Municipal...
Yo, I'm telling you, I love the media sometimes. Get it? Spark rage, spark program, spark relief. The play of words, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not trying to get this person in any trouble, but they do it all the time, and it's really, really funny. But seriously though, did you guys see that? Mighty God, the red dirt. This is terrible. You have to deal with these roads with more speed, man. Like, people can't just have the roads and look like that for months and months. That's bad.
That should bring relief instead spark rage. At the monthly Manchester Municipal Corporation meeting, Councillor for the Knockpatrick Division, Carl Smith, highlighted the Berwick Town Main Road.
It was dug up a couple of months now, and the work seemed to be moving extremely slow, and these residents are at a disadvantage where the dust is concerned, and then on the other side, when it rains, the mud. So I'm not sure if there's a time span in which these roads were supposed to be completed. But the whole idea of digging it up and then it's like you're marking the work and then there's nothing done for a period of time. The whole idea of the spark road is to these persons discomfort on this bad road. And some of them, right now, it's making it worse.
The Berwick Town Main Road is expected to be repaired under the government's Shared Prosperity through Accelerated Improvement to our Road Network Spark program. But recent admissions from the state that the program needs more than the $45 billion funding to fix roads and pipelines damaged since Hurricane Melissa's passage in October 2025, and that not all 10 roads per constituency will be fixed, are creating a stir among Manchester councillors. The councillors are demanding full disclosure on which roads will be fixed and when.
Some of us are operating blind as councillors because of the fact that we want to fix those roads because the people are asking us, begging us and pleading with us. And they wrote to us to say these are the 10 roads that are identified. When the people are not getting any justice as quickly as they can, they come back to us over and over. Can we write to them or can they speak to us as to say, from each of the 10 roads in the 4 constituencies in Manchester, these are the roads that are going to be done and these are the ones that are not going to be done. So we can do something because we want to fix some roads which are not permitted to.
I know from our side, when we get our little money, we are able to say in July it will be fixed, or in March it will be fixed because they're getting the money in XYZ. But there has to be some proper guidance of the persons living in the various divisions.
However, Mandeville Mayor Donovan Mitchell says procurement is currently being done for repairs to a badly damaged road in northeast Manchester.
In particular, where the road has collapsed, the road will be closed next week or sometime between next week and the following week. The ministry and the minister has given the go-ahead for us to do the repairs, because the problem is that if that road is closed, people have to travel about 10 kilometers the opposite side to get into Christiana.
Krista Campbell, TVJ News.
So, from accident on the road to needing a timeline for when the road is being fixed in Manchester, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, the Spark program is just not sparking, and it is what it is. A lot of failed promises, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of failed commitments. It's not something that they can even argue about. The results are the results. You know what I mean? Let's continue.
In St. Catharines say their residents of Ferry in St. Catharines say they're being forced to live with unbearable conditions caused by what they claim is improper sewage disposal coming from a Chinese mechanic company operating in the community. The residents argue that wastewater flowing from the back of the company has created stagnant, swamp-like conditions, triggering concerns about their health and safety. Yannick Williams reports.
Residents in Ferry say for months they have been dealing with what they describe as filthy sewage water flowing behind their homes from a nearby Chinese-owned mechanic company. They say the wastewater has created stagnant pools, producing a strong stench and making daily life uncomfortable.
The drainage system that should lead the water from the community to the Duane River, they didn't complete the drainage. And it is like that, as you can see, the water is there. And when the time rainfall, there's a lot of houses that are here that are blocked, that are flooded.
The residents are accusing the company of failing to put in proper drainage system when the business was being constructed.
From October last year, when these people come and finish their construction, we recognize that the water starts coming from the property. And we didn't pay it much.
They claim wastewater now runs through an open area leading directly towards homes in the community. And
you see, this needs to be investigated. And all the facts, because if what the residents is saying is true, we cannot continue like this, Jamaica. We can't continue like this. And I don't care if it's a Chinese or a black man. The law is the law. The law is supposed to protect the citizens. This is an environmental hazard. The people really need to sue the government, you know, because all these bodies that are in place, they are the ones to ensure that the citizens are protected from this level of abuse. If what they're saying is true, that they are supposed to construct proper drainage and it's not being constructed, they mean to charge them. They mean to charge them simple and plain, the residents need to be properly compensated by the courts through judgment. They need to go to court. You understand what I'm saying? And the present situation is what it is. What they'll be going to court for is what has already happened, so the people can get proper compensation. Period. That's where I'm at with it. That's where I'm at with it.
Despite repeated complaints, the issue remains unresolved.
I went to the property and I said to them, the water that you're letting out at the back here, no need, so this is from doing it.
When our news team visited the location, representatives from the company said they were aware of the concerns being raised by residents. However, in a statement, they denied responsibility for the sewage problem. The company said, quote, based on our current inspection, our drainage system is directed toward the front of the property, not toward the rear or mountainside area where the standing water was reported, end quote. It says it is willing to cooperate with any relevant authority, engineer, or community representative to inspect the area and properly identify the source of the water. And if any issue is found to be connected to our property or within our control, the appropriate steps will be taken.
I appreciate that. And I hope the authorities move swiftly, and I hope it's done justly. And there's no corruption behind it because of who people know. Because we know Jamaica run already. Let's continue.
In the meantime, residents are calling on the National Environment and Planning Agency and the municipal authorities to investigate the matter before conditions worsen. For now, they say they simply want a clean and safe environment. Yannick Williams, TVJ News.
Jamaica is on high alert for the predicted Super El Nino that is expected to develop and shift weather patterns worldwide. It means intense droughts and heat waves could thrive in some areas and intense rain in other regions in the coming months. But what does it mean for the upcoming Atlantic hurricane season? As Kalisha Williams reports, while climate scientists say El Nino could suppress storm development, warmer ocean temperatures could trigger major hurricanes.
This declaration from the Met Service of Jamaica on Wednesday afternoon.
The Meteorological Service has been monitoring the weather conditions. We recognize that the rainfall has really been decreasing over the island. Also, temperatures have been rising, and we're watching the El Nino as it seems to be developing this year, and it could be a very strong one. So we're watching it very closely.
It follows an advisory from the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, that El Nino is emerging even faster than expected in the Pacific Ocean, and odds are increasing that it could become historically strong, a rare Super El Nino by fall or winter. El Nino is a natural climate cycle that happens when the Pacific Ocean warms enough to trigger changes in wind patterns throughout the atmosphere, and that has a ripple effect on weather conditions worldwide. It could lead to more droughts, heat waves, and wildfires in some regions, and intense rainfall in other areas.
We'll be issuing any kind of releases that are necessary, and of course, meeting with the whatever officials are necessary. But we want you to make sure that you take your information from credible sources. The Meteorological Service is on the ball. We're getting the information, and we're willing to pass it out. We're ready to pass it out as soon as we do receive that.
On Thursday, NOAA is expected to release its annual outlook for the Atlantic hurricane season, and already questions are being raised about the El Nino's impact on hurricane development. While El Nino typically leads to tropical storm suppression and fewer landfalls, climate scientist at Climate Central Daniel Guilford says there are still concerns.
The climate change is here for us, right? The warm waters are still out there, despite the fact that we may be like seeing this El Nino happen. And so there is this back and forth interplay between the El Nino suppressing the storms and the warm waters available to supercharge the storms. So I think one of the things that we can expect is probably a below average season. I think this is what Colorado State has predicted for going forward. And NOAA, I will suspect, although we haven't seen it yet, we'll probably have something in that ballpark.
And so when a storm eventually develops,
it will see those warm waters in the Atlantic Ocean, especially in the Gulf of Mexico. We see these warm waters, and it will start to grow, and it could intensify and become a very major storm indeed. So despite the fact that El Nino conditions will generally suppress hurricane activity, there is a ton of warmth out there for these hurricanes to take advantage of if they're able to kind of get around the sheer constraint.
The climate change science has showed that warmer oceans are fueling stronger hurricanes, and they bring more intense rainfall and high storm surge when they develop.
As of this week, what you're looking at on your screen, global sea surface temperatures are running alongside record levels of ocean heat that we experienced in 2024.
Kalisha Williams, TVJ News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, honestly, but we have been getting these warnings from last year from the man of God and the women, men and women of God. This is not surprising. This is judgment. You remember when Andrew Warnes said something about the storm that is on its way already, the hurricane that is on its way already? And I did a video on TikTok about it. I said, what do you mean by the hurricane that is on its way already? Well, Jamaica, can you imagine? This El Nino, this this heat increase, you know, water shortage, drought, lack of food, potentially. We import all of these things. I did a video earlier with when I was listening to Rastanai, man. Like, we have been warned from the men and women of God before any meteorologist came. Jamaica needs to observe 3 days fasting, prayer, repentance, and mourning. And if they don't, there's going to be judgment, back a judgment, back a judgment, back a judgment. Simple. Very, very simple. And from Hurricane Melissa till now, it's been judgment, back a judgment, back a judgment. Police then just a take away life. The road where them a take away life. The pitney them a get unalive. Woman a get unalive. It's been total judgment. And June, the month of June, ladies and gentlemen, the month of June has been marked of something beginning in the month of June. We don't know what. We don't know exactly when. But June, the prophet said, watch out for June. And this video, listen to this video.
Sit in darkness in Jamaica. Well, the people sit in darkness in Jamaica. But God, people sit in darkness in Jamaica. But God is about to wake up Jamaica.
Hi, Miss Birdie.
Since the rising prices and the economic hardship not waking up the people, hallelujah, since crime and violence not waking up the people, since impoverishment is not waking up the people, since the hot temperatures not waking up the people, God is about to wake up the people of Jamaica. For we are sitting in darkness. And so hear the word of the Lord. The people which sat in darkness saw great light. When Jesus comes, the tempter's power is broken. When Jesus comes, all tears are wiped away. Yes, he fills the gloom and he takes the gloom and fill our lives with glory. The people of Jamaica is about to see a great light. That light first will come in the form of judgment. Hallelujah. And then it will come in the form of salvation. But even now, we, the people of God, I want you to look even now prophetically as you stand. Hallelujah. Yes, yes, yes. I want you to stand even now. For darkness has engulfed our nation of Jamaica. But the great light is about to appear. The great light is about to shine in Jamaica. But those whose eyes are spiritually blind will not see it. But the people of Zebulun, hallelujah, the people of the mountains will see it. Hallelujah, we will see it from a distance. For one of the things that the mountains give you is further sight. Hallelujah. So that you have a sight far ahead. Yes, hindsight, insight, foresight. You can see way above and beyond. So you well.
So, there's another video as well, you know. There's another video as well. Let me just find it and add it to this. Very important. It's the reason for all of this. It's the reason for all of this that's going on right now. I feel compelled to share this with you. Hold on there. What a bit there. Oh, find it. Find it. I found it. Here we go. David, where are you with? So yeah, I found the video and it's very important that this one is incorporated. Listen, Jamaica, watch it till the end. Share this video with everyone.
Word of the Lord. And the Lord spoke to me and he said, "Write, do not delay, go. Urgently deliver this word to the nation, Jamaica. Thus saith the Lord thy God. Jamaica, you have not seen anything yet. All 14 parishes will feel my wrath. It has already begun. Destruction in every way, death, kidnap, rape, exposure, robbery, shootout, accident, sickness, natural disaster from the highest host to the lowest. For I am just and judgment is being served. The crime rate is about to increase. Police and gunmen will be in shootout. My wrath is heavy. Jamaica will not escape this. What seem like the enemies, it is I, God. I will wipe them from the face of this earth. Their babies shall be motherless and fatherless. For their wickedness, sexual immortality, adultery, evil ways is above my nostril. Some say I can travel. Some say I don't live in Jamaica anymore. But I, God, is throwing them out of America, England, Cayman, you name it, for I am not pleased with them. Their visas will be revoked. Their darkest truths shall be exposed. Green card holders, I, God, is throwing them out. I shall not partial no one. A knock is coming at your door suddenly. I, the Lord, will do it, for they shall find back my altar. They will go to airports, but it's your deportation. They will think all is well with your filing, but it's immediate termination. Every door I've opened for the ungrateful ones shall be closed back. Jamaica shall know me again. Jamaica shall come crying like a baby at my feet. I am Yahweh, the Alpha and the Omega. When I'm finished with Jamaica, it shall be Jam and Maker, for they will be cut from my care. Jamaica will respect my commands. The ones when I send my servant for tithes, offering seeds, sowing, they rebel. They make excuse. Well, watch I, God, take back all I've given unto them. It is I, God, that doesn't sleep nor slumber, the Holy One of Israel. The boastful ones that act high and mighty and don't remember where I brought them from shall go back to square one. Many of you say this one is innocent, but do you know who they are and what they have done? I will repeal and reform all the laws, rules, and policy of Jamaica. Governments, judges, lawyers will have to seek my servant for the truth and guidance from I, God, just like the days of Elijah, just like the days of Saul. Parish by parish, judgment, no delay, tsunami, flood, tornado, food scarcity, famine. COVID is about to circulate again, for I, God, has commanded it. Sickness that spread rapidly, I will take them out through sickness, natural disaster, accident, shooting. The wicked will be wiped from my presence. I, God, has had enough. But I tell you, the sheep of my pastors shall not be moved. I have unchosen many, but the 1% that's still mine in Jamaica will be vindicated. I will make a way. I will create and make a way for them. Leaders I shall wipe from my presence. The liars, the deceptive and manipulative ones, the false ones and the rebellious ones. I shall wipe ministries to dust. Time has come for Jamaica shall have a new leader. I will crush the roads and buildings so they cannot be rebuilt. The city has become nothing but Satan camp. I send my servants ahead with my commands. Come for Jamaica shall have a new leader. I will crush the roads and buildings so they cannot be rebuilt. The cities I shall wipe ministries to dust. Time has come for Jamaica shall have a new leader. I will crush the roads and buildings so they cannot be rebuilt. The city has become nothing but Satan camp. I send my servants ahead with my commands, but they disobey. Jamaica will know. I will show them I am God. Jamaica shall rebirth. I am not a wicked God, I'm merciful. But Jamaica has took my mercy for a joke. They justify their sins rather than aligning with my will. They shall run hungry, for drought is coming for them. I shall dry up the fresh waters and minimize the seas. They will seek my face but will not hear. They will have to seek an answer through the few servants I have trained and hidden for a time such as this. It will be evident who is mine, because the ones that are not mine, their gifts will fail them. The ones that were mine became a Judas, became rebellious. I have lifted my hands from them. The ones who have come up against my chosen servants, my mouthpiece, you have touched my anointed ones. And even though you were anointed by me, just like David and Saul, so shall it be. My people will know who heaven really backs. Their titles mean nothing to me, for I, God, has thrown them out. When Jamaica think all is well, it is sudden destruction. In their sleep, they shall be taken by their enemies in situations they least expect. Repent, but it's a waste of time telling them to repent. They have no remorse for I, God. They do the opposite. They go around, they commit adultery, destroying homes I built, sleeping with married folks, and justifying their sins. Buried in their sin and bold enough to mention I got name with their rubbish. Contradicting my gospel and word, Jamaica does nothing but mock me. They mock my servant, they throw my servant aside, but cheer for Baal. Their homes are full of their gods, but I shall crush them with their gods and show them it is only one God over the universe. Their hearts the hearts and mind of men have become desperately wicked. Then they speak on my behalf as if mankind can study I, God. They lack wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. There are more witches among my people in Jamaica than the righteous one. Even the very servants I once called have become witches, operating and allowing their gifts to be used for the enemy. But they haven't submit for I, God. They haven't submit for I, God, to help them and teach them the depths of all of this. The nation I once cherished, has become like the others. But I will beat them with my rod back at my feet. It's not the enemy, it is the hands of God, the wrath of God, and it cannot be prayed away this time. Jamaica, my sword is in my mouth, fire in my hands, lightning in my eyes, and I, God, is ready. It is too late for Jamaica. I, the Lord thy God, has spoken. Take heed.
I have nothing to say. That was very, very clear, ladies and gentlemen. You heard she mention about the seas and climate change, and it connected with what was said in the reports. Hey, who have ears to hear, let them hear. Like she said, God said, they will not hear. They are mocking, mocking God. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Please like and share this video. Don't keep it to yourself. Blessings. My people, I am going to leave it there. I want to thank you guys for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. I have been live from a good while now. 5 hours, Lord of mercy. I'm out, man. See y'all later, man. I still got work to do, but see y'all later, okay? Thanks for your continued support. Blessings and honor. Look more. 5 hours. Lord have mercy. I've been on here for 5 hours, bro.